Welcome to the final day of the Kitefoiling Youth World Championship in Torregrande, Sardinia. We've got a lot of action to bring you this afternoon. Hi, my name's Andy Rice and my co-commentator, president of the IKA, Mirko Babini.
Hello, Andy.
You must be very proud that Italy is hosting this event, and it has been a fantastic week in Torregrande.
Yes, it was an amazing week, a lot of action, and amazing to be here in Sardinia, and looking forward for the great final.
And looking at the competitors just getting ready in the last half hour, they've been really pumped. Max Mader has had his earphones on. He's got a real sense of purpose and intent to the way that he walks around the beach, and you can see that with some of the other competitors as well. I didn't want to interrupt the flow too much. They really looked like they were getting their heads into the game, because we have this situation which is pretty unique in sailing, where any of the top 10 going into the final today, or to the semi-finals through to the final, any of the top 10 in the boys and the girls can become world champion today.
Yes, it's right. I guess that this format is something that can bring a real thrilling of the typical thrilling of the last day. So any one of the top 10 can make something happen, continue and maybe get some place on the podium. I guess that why all the 10 that we saw, the boys and the girl, really focused from the morning with their headset and headphone and music, and really concentrate on what can happen today.
So who would you rather be? Would you rather be one of the top two from qualifying, from Gold Fleet qualifying, that have already gone through? So I'll give you the example of the men to begin with. That is Max Mader from Singapore, Riccardo Pianozzi from Italy. They have a clear run through to the four-board final. So would you rather be them, or would you rather be one of the semi-finalists, the other 8 riders that are going to be getting used to the conditions, getting used to the racing, and hoping that they do well enough to get through to the final?
I guess that the two already as the spot on the final, they are really focused between them. So the fight is really, let's say, 80% focused between Max compared to Riccardo, and Riccardo compared to Max. But they will keep an eye on the semi, because it might happen that someone is just boosting a couple of bullets, which it might be a good surprise also to have it in the final. So they have really to be focused, no mistake at all, 100% committed to their result. And then, you know, Riccardo, he need to score a first bullet to reopen.
So they're getting off the line now already. Looks like, I don't know if that's practice or what's
it's a practice.
So they're just practicing out there on the race course at the moment. We'll bring you an update when we know how long it is before the start of the first semi-final.
Yeah, the wind looks really good already. We have around 10 knots, I guess, and they're setting up the course, and they're just testing, because we have to remember that the course is a little bit shorter, so we will see.
So we got spectacular conditions today. 27 degrees, 10 to 13 knots of wind, and remember that these boards are capable of traveling sometimes 3 times wind speed, maybe even as much as 4. So we're going to see them doing around 20 knots upwind, just a little bit over, and at times touching over 30 knots on the downwind leg. And it's an XS course. What do we mean by an XS course?
They will have the last leg just toward to us, to the beach. So that means they start. We can see properly in your screen. So Mark 1, Mark 4, Mark 1, Mark 4 twice, and then all the way starboard, do the slalom mark, and then straight the finish line, just to the beach, which is likely today we will have just the finish line just in front of us.
Right, fantastic. And so that slalom gives us a nice view and another little bit of jeopardy towards the end of the race. A real sharp left-hand turn for the riders, and I imagine that must be quite a challenging maneuver.
It's gonna be the last jibe where something can happen. So it's again another things add to all the sensation of the trailing of the last day.
Now we'll update you when we know roughly what time the start of the first semi-final is going to be. Let's see if we can bring up the names of the... just getting confirmation on that again. It's 13:03.
9 minutes more or less, yes.
So yeah, about 9 minutes from now, let's bring up the riders for the first semi-final, and we'll run you through what it is that each of these riders needs to achieve. So Qubin Huang from China, he goes in with the biggest advantage. Now get used to this format, because if you remember what's happening in the semi-final, it's exactly the same for what we see in the final later on today. Qubin Huang, because he qualified third, he is the top qualifier in the semi-final. Now if he wins just one race, then that's the end of the semi-final. He has qualified to go through to the final, so it's the first to 3 wins. He's awarded 2 wins going into this, so he's got 2 match points already. He just needs 1 more match point. Tiger Tyson, now he needs 1. He goes with 1 match point into this, so he needs to win 2 races. Noah Runciman and Jan Voster, Noah from USA, Jan from Germany, those guys go in with no match points, so that means they are going to need to win 3 races. That is a really big call, so that's a little bit tough on them. But remember, this format still gives Noah and Jan the opportunity to become world champions today. They're going to have to sail out of their skins to do that, but it could happen, especially with the unpredictability of kite foiling. So Mirko, I know the dice is loaded in favor of Qubin Huang from China, but that's because he sailed a great qualifying series.
Yeah, because this is just the way how to give advantage to someone all over the week with a great result. He has consistency on results, so we have to respect the consistency and the result that he had in the previous day on the opening series and on the middle series. So this is why they got to the semi-final with 2 match points compared to the other one. So the advantage of being consistent during the week is on the match point that is carrying over over the semi-final. Again, the same for Tiger Tyson. Yesterday he had really a great day. He scored really a good result, and he got himself on the semi-final, collecting 1 match point. So he just can get a spot on the final just having to win. I mean, just having to win today. And the other third and the fourth on the semi, so Noah and Ian, they, like you said, they still have the chance, but they have to score 3 bullets. So they have really they have to do something special, but again, it's not over for them.
Mirko, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Just help us start to identify who's who with the different kites that they have. So Noah Runciman, I know this one, he's got a yellow ozone, but who are we looking at here with the Fly Surfer and the orange?
Yeah, the Fly Surfer is Kibin 1, which is also when we will have the close view from the camera, is the only one that have the red bib, red lycra. And so Noah is an ozone yellow, and Tiger Tyson ozone orange. We saw him, and Ian Voster has also an ozone, but we don't know which color now.
Okay, so we'll try and update you on that, but we are looking at the moment at the American Noah Runciman, just getting used to the course, working his way up the windward leg and just seeing how things are going. Now we see a picture of Max Mader. Well, he's got a bit of waiting to do because it's a while before we get into the final, because Max from Singapore has qualified to go all the way through to the final. So we've got to work our way through the semi-finals before he can get racing. Now Max was really pumped earlier. He had his headphones on. I'm not sure what he was listening to. Might have been the Prodigy. It looks something pretty high energy anyway, and he has really got his head into the game today. And the other rider that we mentioned earlier, the Italian Riccardo Pianozzi, who has been second all week. He also goes through into the final, and we'll talk you through the different points advantages that they carry into the final a little bit later on. But for the moment, we have just under 4 minutes 30 seconds to the start of semi-final 1, and we don't yet know how many races there are going to be. Remember, if Qubin Huang wins this first race, well, that's it. If he crosses the finish line of this first race in first place, then that is this side of the semi-final draw done and dusted. But if Jan Voster or Noah Runciman win a race, for example, then the game continues. So we have this interesting situation where some have to win more races than others.
So Ian, we can confirm that Ian has an orange ozone, and Tiger Tyson and Noah Runciman has the yellow ozone. Let's have a look if he got different choice. Tiger Tyson with the color, which it might be the other, the green one. Yes, a new one. We can see it from here. There is another color, clear color. So as far as we're getting closer to the starting line, we will spotted all of them.
So 4 boards to watch out for, but at the moment it's quite complicated out there because we've got other foilers just getting their practice in for their races coming on a little bit later on this afternoon. We've got 3 minutes to the start. Mirko, what kind of homework have they been doing on the course?
Now they are setting up all the mark. We can see that the race committee is on, the mark is on, everything seems to be ready, and the time starts rolling. Less than 3 minutes, almost 2 minutes and a half for the first start of the semi boys 1. That's a fly surfer flying along there. I can't quite tell if that is Qubin Huang. I don't think it's a... No, it doesn't have the red rib. You know, the second semi-final is just straight after, so we will have more rider on the course until they're not starting. We can see Qubin sailing close to the race committee boat, taking care of his foil. He jumped to have a look if he's getting some seaweed on it, just to make sure. That's Qubin right in front of the race committee boat right now, is that correct? Yeah, exactly. The left hand of the 2 kites going to the left hand side of the picture right now. Yeah, when you saw him just jumping, just to make sure that whole his fuselage and the wing and the hydrofoil is without any seaweed on it. Now, sometimes you see the riders jump in the middle of a race, and that's when they get seaweed as well. So how effective is jumping for getting the seaweed off the foils? Just to make yourself aware if you have it, and you can jumping, maybe you can reverse your board, and with the airflow you can just add the seaweed just flying away if you're lucky. And when you're unlucky, you keep riding with it and you hope that it's gonna just go away. Otherwise you have to stop yourself, but then the game is over. So we got 1 minute to the start now, so it's time for these riders to get into position for their final approach to the line. We see the ozone of Noah Runciman just going out of picture. Our riders are off to the right at the moment, so if we rotate right on the camera, we will see the riders, and that's what we see now. Note that we need to be rotating to the right to see the riders on the committee boat. They are on the same line as the committee boat, and that's what we see now, so that's great. So we got the 4 kites and somebody else who's hanging around at the back, so that's confusing, but that's a better view now to see them as they approach with 10 seconds to go. The fly surfer coming in on the right hand side, all going for the committee boat end of the line. 3 seconds to go, and off they go. Really good start by Noah Runciman, furthest towards the camera at the bottom of your picture, and then it's 2 fly surfers in the middle. Yeah, we can see Kibin is on the last spot.
Okay, so Cuban, not a good start for Cuban. And 2 riders have tacked away. And now Noah Runciman tacks away. A bit of a splash down for Noah Runciman there. Not a great tack for him. And the 2 fly surfers looking very steady as they go out to the right hand side. That is Cuban on the left and Tiger Tyson to windward of him. So Tiger Tyson looking very well placed, and Noah Runciman at the bottom of your screen on the right hand side, and out of picture is Jan Voster, but the 2 on the left of your screen, it's Huang at the top, then it's Tyson, then it's Runciman.
Yeah. And then he and Voicer on the yellow ozone always up.
Right, so I've been mixing up my ozones with my fly surfers. Runciman has switched to an ozone today.
Exactly. This is why we understand we were following him with the same kite of the
big crash. Big crash for
Ian.
For Jan Voster. So Voster really going to struggle to get back into this competition. And remember, he needs one of the others to win a race ahead of Cuban Huang. At the moment, Tyson is just staying ahead of Cuban Huang, but it's really close between the front 2. And just going around the windward mark, it's Tiger Tyson right ahead of Cuban Huang with Noah Runciman right in the mix. And that's a jibe out behind the front 2. So Tyson leading the race right now. Runciman jibing out to the left-hand side as they go downwind. So the American trying something different to try and get past Tyson and Huang, but Huang is staying tight on Tyson. He's trying to use his speed to see if he can go the same direction as Tyson but actually overtake him now. So there we have on the left of picture Runciman in 3rd place.
Yes, and Juan, Kibin and Tiger Tyson are really close, so it depends. Now Runciman is gonna go for a jibe. It's gonna be a little bit deeper than them, and let's see. Tiger Tyson he managed. Kibini was slightly slow too much on that jibe, and then Tiger Tyson got 10 meters in front of him. Let's see, we're getting close to the mark for the second upwind.
So round goes Tyson in the lead, marginally in front of Cuban Huang, and a really good rounding by Noah Runciman as well, and Cuban Huang the worst of the roundings, so he's now able to tack if he wants to, because Noah Runciman has already tacked out to the far side. Cuban Huang going for speed and depth out through the bad air of Tiger Tyson, and Cuban Huang looks like he has superior board speed going upwind compared with Tyson, but Tyson is still in the good tactical defending position right now.
Exactly, Andy. You just say right. He tried to keep the angle because he know that Kibin he will not be able to do the tack before him. So now they go exactly at the same time. I can tell you, Tiger is really on a good position because also he did really great tack, super quick. Now let's see if he can keep some good angle to squeeze more upwind Kibin.
My concern is that Cuban looks like he just has a tad more pace. I don't know if I'm just imagining that, but it just looks like he's got a slight speed edge on Tiger Tyson. So
I can have a look on the tracking. We have the speed is exactly 21.4, 21.3, 21.6 for both of them.
So very, very even speed, and they're already getting to the top of the race course very soon. So incredibly short racing. Now, how has Noah Runciman done coming in on the far side? It's still so tight.
I can't believe it that Kibin just make it, but now is inside of the mark.
Wow, so close between the front 3, and now as they go around, it's Kubin Huang, who's now in the lead, and Tiger Tyson is so close between the other two. Tyson's still in second and Runciman in third, but there is so little in it right now. Remember, if Kubin Huang wins this race, this whole this side of the semi-final A is done. And so Tiger Tyson really needs to get back over the top of Kubin Huang, because we could be looking at a very short semi-final series right now. Kubin Huang looking fast, Tiger Tyson and deeper, so it's really looking hard for Tiger Tyson and Noah Runciman to be able to get back on equal terms and overtake Huang. That's what they need to be able to do.
You have to remember that they still have a jibe on that slalom last part of the course. So Kibin, he just got a 20-meter forward Tiger, which Tiger is quite faster on the downwind. Like, let's see what's gonna happen on the over the last jibe.
So round goes Kubin Huang ahead of Tiger Tyson, and Noah Runciman very, very close behind, but where it finishes between Tyson and Runciman is academic. If it doesn't matter a jot if Huang is going to win this race. And they're running out of runway because Huang goes round the final turning mark. Can Tiger Tyson get round the inside of him? Not quite. There's just meters to the finish now, and Kubin Huang is just about to book his spot in the final coming up later on this afternoon. And that is it for Kubin. Congratulations to China. They are through. He is through. So that's going to be two Asians in the final. Kubin Huang for China to join Max Mader from Singapore in the final alongside Riccardo Pianozzi from Italy. And Tiger Tyson, well, he gave everything there. He pushed so hard, and it just wasn't quite enough. But great sailing by Tyson and Runciman. It's just that Huang was a little bit better, and he goes through to the final later on today. Back to you in a moment.
When they change the kite.
Okay, so just 1 minute 20 to the start of semi-final B. So that could have gone on a while longer, that semi-final, if only Tiger Tyson had just done enough to beat Kubin Huang and keep the game open a little bit longer. But the Chinese rider, who's been third overall for most of this competition, has now gone through as the third qualifier into the four-board final happening later on today. And now we bring you the other side of the semi-final draw for the boys Formula Kite. And let me just give you a rundown. We've got Arthur Les from France. We've got Wojtek Koska. He represents the Czech Republic. We've got Ulysse de Rieper from France, and we've got Jakub Jokoska representing Poland. So that's the four riders that we have. We've got Flymax, two Ozones and a Fly Surfer lining up for this start with 25 seconds to go. And we need to get on to the view where we can see them lining up for the start. We got 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. And it's a bit of a confused, it's a very confused start there.
Because they decided to start.
But that was a very, very poor start by the Ozone up by the committee boat. We'll identify that for you in the moment.
It was the Polish.
That was Koska, who's made a mess, an unforced error of the start. I don't know what he was trying to do, a port tack start maybe. So
he was just late, I guess, and then so he went for a tack in front of the race committee boat.
So Koska has already put himself on the back foot. Now Arthur Les with the red kite is leading, and just remind me, it's I think it's Arthur Les that is going through as the first qualifier in this side of the draw. So Arthur Les, if he wins this a race with the red kite, then just like Cuban Huang in the previous one, that would be the end of the competition. But who have we got who's on his shoulder? It's
De Reaper.
De Reaper. So Ulysse De Reaper at the bottom of the screen, and then it's Jakub Yokoska on the top of the screen with the yellow ozone. So at the moment, the biggest threat to Arthur Les is Ulysse De Reaper. And let's see if anyone can get ahead of Arthur Les, because it's absolutely, the other three need to keep Arthur Les from winning this race.
Yes, Arthur Les is really hitting the lane line now. He's going for attack and straight to the mark, and Ulysse De Reaper is just in second, and Wojciechowska behind.
So about to go round the first mark, Arthur Les, followed by De Reaper, and then Yokoski and Koska going round behind. But at the moment it's all in De Reaper in the middle of our picture. He's got to try and overtake the red kite to keep the game alive, because at the moment it's the other Frenchman, Les, who is jibing and leading this competition, and looks like he's going to book his spot straight through to the finals unless the chasing De Reaper can overtake him.
Yeah, and we have to remember that if he's gonna make any mistake and miss something or a jibe or attack, then the Reaper is the only one that now close to him to keep the game open.
So it's a battle of the French riders. On the left, it's Arthur Les, looking like he's in a good position to go through to the finals, and Ulysse De Reaper on the right, trying to overtake. There goes Les into the jibe. The red kite swings down onto starboard jibe, soon followed by De Reaper and the others, Yokoska and Koska, looking to make up the ground, but some way back as the red kite swings down for the second upwind leg on starboard tack. Now, what is De Reaper going to do? Is he going to try and go the same way and go faster, or is he going to tack away fairly soon and look for something on the far side of the course?
I mean, he doesn't have nothing to lose. Doesn't make any sense to just follow them, follow Arthur, and just from behind to open the possibility. He has to tack.
You would think so, wouldn't you? He's got a little bit more height, so he's climbing up the inside of Arthur Les, but that's not stopping Arthur Les tacking, and so in an even fight between these two, I can't see that tactic working for De Reaper. I think he's given away any possibility of being able to really attack Les here. He's just got to rely on Les making some kind of mistake, or maybe hitting some weed or something. But if Arthur Les keeps his nerve and keeps that foil going through the water at about 22 knots as it is now, then there's not much that anybody else can do to stop the red kite from winning this side of the semi-final draw.
Well, we have to remember that they are both from France, so it can be also kind of a team job, at least to make sure that one of the French got into the final.
That's interesting. I would have thought that it would be at this stage every man for himself. But they go into their tack. This is how short the courses are now, and it's Arthur Les holding a marginal advantage as they go towards the top of the course ahead of the other Frenchman, Ulysse De Reaper. Coming up to the top mark for the final time. Round goes Arthur Les round the windward mark, followed about 3-4 seconds later by Ulysse de Rieper. But the gap has opened up a little bit more, so this is what we want to see. We want. Oh no, we don't want to see that. That was a bit of a splashdown through the jibe, but at least he's trying something different. Ulysse de Rieper has to try something different from the leader, otherwise there is no hope of trying to overtake him, just following him down the course.
Yeah, which we said, it just figure out that Arthur is really fast. He's not making any mistakes so far. He's just going all the way downwind to get that downwind mark and go for the slalom and make sure that he got the spot into the final. So 2 European and 2 Asian on the final so
right.
far.
That's pretty good, isn't it, for a world championship? So it's not done and dusted yet, but I mean, whoever wins out of this one, it's going to be a European. We got 4 Europeans on this side of the semi-final draw, but at the moment it looks like it's going to be a Frenchman, and most likely this particular Frenchman that we're looking at now with the red kite. It is Arthur Les, king of the Port-Tac start yesterday. He showed his courage on being able to win the start yesterday, and at the moment he's showing great speed and great control of his kite as he sails across towards the final turning mark before he does the handbrake turn round this yellow mark, swings that red kite down into the power zone and aims for the finish line. And he has stretched his advantage on Ulysse de Rieper, who just goes round the final turning mark now. So Arthur Les crosses the finish line and he books his place in the final of the World Championships coming up very soon. So congratulations to Arthur Les. Well done to Ulysse de Rieper. He tried hard, but it wasn't quite enough to be able to overtake his fellow Frenchman, Arthur Les, who goes through to the final. And just so we'll just take a short ad before we do the build-up to the next start. So does
You're on.
okay, so we have just a few minutes before we come up to the start of the final series. There are the that's who was in semi-final B. That's Arthur Les, who has booked his spot through to the final.
And then Ulysse de Rieper got one place because he got second, and Wojciechowska, he was the guy that he had one bullet. One match point assigned. So he might get one position.
So we're coming up to semi-final A for the girls now. So it's time to get into the girls' competition now. Gail Zuckerman, if she wins the first race, just like we've seen the boys do, then she is straight through to the final. Magdalena Wojciechowska, she goes through with 1 match point. She needs to win 2 races. And then Sofia Tomasoni from Italy and Turkey's Darin Atakan, well, they are on no match points, so they're going to need to win 3 straight. Gal Zuckerman was looking very fired up for competition today. I think she's going to be hard to beat, but let's see. So far we've seen the boys clear up their semi-finals very, very quickly. Will it be as straightforward for Gal Zuckerman and the other girls in this race? Let's find out in a moment. 38 seconds to go.
So Gal, she's the only one with the black hose on, and the other 3 girls has flight surfer on their hands.
25 seconds to go. Gal Zuckerman leading the way in towards the start on the committee boat. That doesn't necessarily mean she's going to get the best start, but she's decided to go a little bit earlier than the others. We've got 10 seconds to go, and they look quite close, but Gal Zuckerman's not backing off, so she must like the line that she's taken. 3, 2, 1, start, and good start by Gal Zuckerman.
And then Sofia Tomasoni straight behind her.
So Sofia Tomasoni is next along with the Flymax, and then
Devin Atakan, the Turkish, and Wojciechowska.
Wojciechowska at the top of the screen. Atakan a little bit further back, so the Turkish rider getting the worst of the starts out of these four riders. But I really like the positioning of Tomasoni right now. I think Tomasoni is looking pretty high and fast at the moment. The problem for Gal Zuckerman, well, she tacks now. Are the others going to tack, or is she going to have to pass behind? So at the moment, Gal Zuckerman, she could even be last. So even though she had a pretty good start, it looked like the other side of the start has actually paid off. But Gal Zuckerman at least is fastest out into the right-hand corner.
It's quite interesting. After the start, it seems that the Gal was on the right spot and good angle, but then the wind just shifted a little bit to the right, and then now they make a good call to tack to the other side straight.
And Atakan, who was slow out at the start, is now very much back in contention. But we're looking at Gal Zuckerman firing out to the right-hand side of the course. She's the only one with an ozone kite. The others are on Fly Surfer. She's been very fast in a lot of the races earlier on in the week. Not so good yesterday. Has Gal Zuckerman managed to reclaim her best form, because she was looking shaky yesterday. Wojciechowska is looking perhaps the best of the three that we're looking at on the right hand side of the picture. It's Atakan bottom right, it's Wojciechowska on the left, and the other one is Tomasoni. Here comes Gal Zuckerman. So judging the ley line is going to be absolutely critical, as Gal Zuckerman overstood on the left hand side.
And Wojciechowska just lower and try to make a lot of angle. Yeah, Gal she went really up to the ley line.
So it paid off. It paid off for Zuckerman. She's back into the lead from fourth just a minute or two ago as she... Oh, what happened? Oh, big wipeout and crash. That is a disaster for Gal Zuckerman. Terrible for her. Maybe it was weed. We don't know what happened exactly. We'll ask her a little bit later on. But this now
open the door to the Wojciechowska.
So Wojciechowska, she is now... We're just going to replay that and just have a look again. So that must have been quite a smack that Gal Zuckerman, the Israeli rider, took then. And there's a bit of wake for Wojciechowska to get through on the right hand side. She's managed to negotiate that okay. Just going into a jibe now.
So we have to remember that Magdalena Wojciechowska, she had one match point in his hand, so she can't really keep open.
This is going to put her on level terms. If Wojciechowska wins this race, it's going to put her on level terms with Gal Zuckerman. So Gal is going to lose her opportunity. No, I'll just come back to the action here. So Wojciechowska, not the best rounding. Tomasoni of superior rounding, and now this puts the Italian in a controlling position. So will she be able to stay there? I don't know if she's getting bad air in that position. What do you think, Mirko?
No, this position is not about the air. It's just stressing the one at the front, because she can't move it. So okay, Sofia, she went for attack, perfect. She has to stay below and control Magdalena Wojciechowska. You have a look on Gal Zuckerman, amazing. She went all the way to the right side, tried to get and to regain what has been lost by her during the crash. We have to keep also a look into Denise, Dorina Atakan. She's always behind, but not so far. Okay, let's have a look on the tacking of Gal.
It's hard to imagine that Gal Zuckerman could get herself back into this race. I mean, really, that would be incredible if she's managed to somehow haul herself back into competition. And yeah, I don't think it's happening. I mean, she's closed a lot of the ground. I think Gal Zuckerman is absolutely flying. I mean, she's back in this race amazingly, but is it going to be sufficient to get back on level terms with the leaders?
Really different angle by Gal. She's going really for a VMG, super speed, but she has to do the double tuck.
Yeah, very, very different approach to it, isn't it? The other rider's going higher and slower, but yeah, Zuckerman really pushing hard, driving low, but round the mark now, it's Tomasoni leading Wojciechowska, really close between the Italian, who's just ahead of Wojciechowska from Poland. So great sailing by Tomasoni up that leg. It all comes back to that leeward mark rounding where she managed to gain advantage on Wojciechowska, and it's Wojciechowska who goes on the attack with a jibe, but Tomasoni matching, so it's a simultaneous jibe between Italy and Poland, with Atakan from Turkey going into her jibe just out of screen, and Gal Zuckerman still not giving up, and actually the fastest rider on the course right now. So Gal Zuckerman at the back trying to make up the lost ground after that disastrous crash on the previous run. Right now though, it's Tomasoni who could well book her first match point, and this could keep the game alive. This is what we as neutral commentators want to see.
Exactly.
And maybe Mirko is keeping his Italian patriotism to himself, but he probably wouldn't be too sad to see Sofia Tomasoni win a race as well.
Absolutely not. I'm really happy for two reasons. First of all, I'm really happy that this format it works. It keeping the possibility for someone that keep growing his performance during the week and get the possibility to the semi-final to go into the final. So Sofia Tomasoni, she know what to do in the water. She had on the neck the gold medal
at the Youth Olympics,
Games of 2018. I mean, now she's just having enough experience to manage, and really happy for her. Go to the last jibe, well done, and go straight to the finish line and score this bullet, which is going to be really important for the event, for her, and for us as well. Keep commentating.
Absolutely, we want to earn our money by bringing more commentary to you. So this is the first of the semi-finals where we've actually seen the game extended beyond the first race. If you remember earlier on, it was the boys who booked their spot straight through to the final. That was Cubin Huang from China and Arthur Les from France. But Sofia Tomasoni, by winning this race, has got her first match point. That puts her level with Magdalena Wojciechowska also on one match point, but Gal Zuckerman is still on 2 match points. So can Gal Zuckerman recover? Can she psychologically and physically recover from that big crash that she had, because she still holds the advantage? Back to you shortly.
DR5, built to win.
We need the tracking to come in earlier, because we need tracking to sharp for the race at least a minute before the start. 3 minutes until the start of the next race. So Tomasoni, that will have given her a great deal of confidence, but Zuckerman will be angry. We don't know if it was a self-inflicted crash or if it was hitting a piece of weed or what it was that led to that crash. But Gal Zuckerman was looking fast. Once she got up and running again, she actually closed the ground really successfully. So this time, will she be able to keep it together and book her way into the final? Not long to wait, and we're looking actually at Gal Zuckerman on the beach now, and she's only got 2 minutes to the start. It's just me as a traditional sailor, you'd be very close to the start line, but with just 2 minutes to go, Gal Zuckerman is still on the shore, ready to launch the black ozone kite back out onto the water again very soon.
Who put it on? It is always off. I don't know who put it on.
Okay, so we go to semi-final B. So the girls take a break from who have just done their race in semi-final A, and now it's semi-final B. And it's Julia Damasiewicz, the defending world champion, who goes in on match point. She only needs one more win to actually go through to the final. Gal Zuckerman didn't manage to do that in her semi-final A. Will Julia be able to do it here? Up against her is another Polish rider, Nina Arcic. She goes through with one match point. France's Lisa Cavall and Poland's Dominika Sav. They have to win 3 races straight. What do you think, Mirko? Do you think Julia Damasiewicz can do it in one?
It's gonna be for sure her commitment. Yesterday she had a really bad day, so I really hope that today is gonna work well for her.
10 seconds to the start. And Julia Damasiewicz with the orange ozone in a good position right now, and off they go. And it's Damasiewicz on the right hand side. It's a clear start. Damasiewicz with the windward advantage right now, and further down along the line with the purple it is Arcic, and on the far side it's Savichka. And somewhat back, the other orange ozone at the top of your screen in 4th place right now, it's Cavall from France. So at the moment, the defending world champion Damasiewicz looking very good. She is in the controlling position. And will Julia be able to see this one clear? We thought Gal Zuckerman might do that. She had that disastrous crash on the first run and wasn't able to catch up again after that crash. But at the moment, things looking good in this early stage of semi-final B in the Formula Kite girls. Julia Damasiewicz, but Arcic with the purple kite managing to come up, going a little bit higher than Julia. So Arcic on the attack, really close engage now. Ooh. And they go through in a simultaneous attack. Are they going to stay apart? Somehow Arcic gets round Damasiewicz and leaves her in the dust, and then round the outside Savichka takes advantage of both of them. So Savichka now moves into the lead, and this is disastrous for Damasiewicz. She drops from 1st to 3rd in the blink of an eye. And do you think any rule might have been infringed there, Mirko? It's so confusing just what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, they just went for attack super close, and then you never know.
Just looking at it again, and Damasiewicz has a touchdown, and Arcic, that brave move that she pulled off seems to be working out for her. But the one that's really profited from this is Savichka, who is now leading. Is really tight between the top 3 as they go into their tacks, and again through the tacks Arcic comes out ahead. So every time they tack, Arcic is the one to gain, and now it's Arcic in the lead. Just incredible close board handling by Nina Arcic. The Polish Flying Sardine, that's the name of her foil, by the way. She uses a brand name. The Flying Sardine is now in the lead, and it's Cavall from France who's up into 2nd place. So there's all kinds of chaos going on in this race. Damasiewicz drops from 1st to 3rd, and Savichka, who briefly was leading, is now back in 4th place. Nina Arcic very aggressive sailing on the tacking upwind has now put her in a great position downwind, and we saw really good speed out of this purple ozone kite yesterday, so Archich should be feeling really confident on the downwind legs, and she's stretching away and looking extremely strong right now. She's on 1 match point. If she gets the race win, she will move to 2 match points. That will move her equal with Julia Damasiewicz. So this is an important position for Nina Archich to be in. She swings the kite down successfully, aiming down towards the bottom of the course. Let's look at her mark rounding. Getting the kite into the power zone for the second upwind, followed by Caval from France.
It's going to be really important this second lap for all of her.
Well, we've seen so much chaos and confusion on the first upwind leg, and Archich was at the centre of all of it, and every time that we had a traffic jam, Archich came out ahead.
Yes, exactly. It means that she went really full focus and super committed to take any advantage.
Maybe take more risk than you might think about if you already had some match points, for example, but she put it all on the line, and so far it seems to be working out for her. That's Archich, who's now tacked on to port. 2 of the others on the far side, Damasiewicz and Savitka, did an early tack out to try an attack from the far side. But on this side of the course, it's Archich in purple with Caval, the French rider, with the orange kite, the orange ozone on the right of your screen. And it looks like this side of the course is paying off for Archich. It doesn't look like the Polish riders are going to be able to attack from the far side.
No, Julia and Dominika, it seems that they are really far away. If there isn't any mistake from the leader, let's see. It's really a good chance for Nina.
That's another tack completed. That should be the final tack of this race for Nina Archich as she approaches the top mark for the second time on these extremely short races, lasting little more than 6 or 7 minutes for the leader. Round goes Nina Archich with a very comfortable lead. This is probably the biggest lead we've seen in any race so far today on this, the final day of the Kitefalling Youth World Championships in Torregrande, Sardinia. And the next board going round is Caval from France, but a long way back.
It's Dominika Savica on third, and Julia Damasiewicz. She had to do a double tack and re-tack to get the mark.
So not going at all well for Damasiewicz, and she was leading this race early on, so in that sense very similar to Gal Zuckerman in the first semi-final A. The 2 riders that could have booked their spot with just 1 race win have both had disastrous first races, and this is Nina Archich's opportunity to get on level terms with Julia Damasiewicz. Then it will be the 2 Polish riders on 2 match points apiece, and this is a beautiful close-up of Nina, one of the fastest riders downwind, going into the jibe, keeping it simple. Kite back in the power zone as she goes round the leeward mark for the final time, over to the jibe mark, and then provided she keeps it together around the handbrake turn around the jibe mark, then it's going to be a pretty straightforward win for Nina Archich.
Okay, so last jibe for Nina. She knew it. She opened the possibility, the opportunity to have her and sit on the final spot. Great job. It was quite a chaos at the first lap, but it's also what we like.
Very aggressive sailing that paid off really well for Nina Archich, and that will give her a great deal of confidence. So that keeps the game alive in semi-final B, and coming across the line in second it's Savitka, also from Poland, and then Caval is going to be third, and then bringing up the rear is Damasiewicz. Back to you in a moment.
Someone come.
You are on.
Okay, so
Ready.
we got 4 minutes until the start of the next race. So we'll update you on who's going to be starting in the next race shortly.
It's gonna be the girl semi-final A.
Okay, so this is coming back to the battle between Gal Zuckerman and Sofia Tomasoni, Wojciechowska and Derin Atakan from Turkey. So just a few minutes earlier, Sofia Tomasoni won that match, that first race. We see the points there now. So Gal Zuckerman, she's still in a position where if she wins the next race, then she is through to the final. Sofia Tomasoni now on 1 match point, the same as Magdalena Wojciechowska. Derin Atakan yet to score a match point, so Derin Atakan would need to win 3 straight races. Tomasoni and Wojciechowska, they are 2 wins away. Zuckerman is still 1 win away, and Zuckerman, she's had time to get her head back together. She looked pretty relaxed on the shore in between races, and we've got 2 minutes 30 to the start. That's Zuckerman that we're looking at now, just cruising around the committee boat. Winner of the World Sailing Youth World Championship, the under-19 competition in Oman 6 months ago, and she won, I think, every single race, something like 15 or 16 straight races in Oman.
Clear now.
We'll just be back to you briefly. "50 seconds until the start, and the 4 female riders are lining up for the start of their second race in semi-finals. And at the moment, approaching the line, closest to the line, is Atakan from Turkey. And then after her, it's Tomasoni, Wojciechowska, Zuckerman, Tomasoni and Wojciechowska just coming in at slow speed. 20 seconds to go. This is when you need to judge your time on distance and try and decide which side of the line you want. I tend to think that getting your spot near the committee boat, if you can get your spot near the committee boat, puts you in a good controlling position. At the moment, that's Wojciechowska on the left, Tomasoni next, Zuckerman with the black kite, and Atakan
Clear.
on the far right. It's a clear start, and it's a really good start for Wojciechowska on the left in very clear air. Good battle between Zuckerman and Atakan on the far side.
Yeah, putting Zuckerman not on the good position because she has to attack and she has to make a good sailing.
She's going to tack out pretty soon because she was struggling to maintain forced to tack out to the starboard side. I'm not sure if she would have wanted to do that anyway, but at the moment Zuckerman is last. Remember, it's Zuckerman that went through with the advantage. She needs to get, well, she doesn't have to get a race win this time, but she really doesn't want to let this semi-final play out any longer than she needs to. If she can win this race now, then she is through. If she doesn't win this race, then she puts herself on equal footing with Wojciechowska and Tomasoni. So a bit of a splashdown there just as we cut away from Zuckerman. I don't think it was too critical, but there was just a brief... Oh, hang on. It was bad.
That was bad again for Gal.
So another crash for Zuckerman. It's not going her way today. And that's putting Tomasoni and Wojciechowska firmly in the lead on the far side of the course. And just trying to identify who we're looking at, is that we're seeing Zuckerman. So Zuckerman, is she actually continuing in the race? She doesn't look like she's in race mode.
No, she's just coming down. Maybe she had some, or she hit something.
Oh, look at this. Who's this trying to get round the top mark? Is it Tomasoni just getting round the mark? Had to pump round, but the board coming round behind her at great speed was Wojciechowska, who surges into the lead. So Tomasoni misjudged the ley line, just got round the mark, but Wojciechowska now up into the lead. And we're looking, I think, at Zuckerman coming ashore now. She's coming close into shore, but meanwhile the battle is going on between the other three, and so does Zuckerman have some technical issue that she's going to come ashore and try and fix, or has she just decided that there is no hope of being able to get back into this race? We'll update you when we know anything. Wojciechowska now ahead of Tomasoni. Atakan still in the fight at the top of your screen. Wojciechowska came around with the superior ley line judgment and the better mark rounding at speed, which launched her past Tomasoni. So the battle on between the Polish Wojciechowska and the Italian Tomasoni. Atakan playing catch up for Turkey. Zuckerman out of the race.
Yeah, Zuckerman, she for sure she had some issue or a technical issue, and she knew it. She just make a calculation on her head. She's still the only one with 2 bullets, so she can play the other race, so the third semi-final, and she still get their spot. So she preferred just to wait. Now let's see Tomasoni and Wojciechowska head to head.
Tomasoni tacking, Wojciechowska tacking immediately to protect any from any attack by the Italian on the far side. Darin Atakan going out of picture on 3rd place.
She's on fire, Sofia, today, I must say.
So that is Sofia Tomasoni with the board canted almost over at 90 degrees. So much windward heel. The foil occasionally breaking out of the water because there's so much angle on that foil, and Tomasoni really looking fast. Is it going to be fast enough to overtake Wojciechowska? We will find out.
They will round the mark pretty close because they have only 20-25 meter apart between all of them. So
Wojciechowska higher and slower though, so tactically sailing a pretty smart way up the race course. Tomasoni going into attack. Wojciechowska still a little bit further to go, but now they both tack at the same time. How have they judged their ley line? Let's see. It looks like
she went a little bit higher just to not to make the mistake as before, because she rounded pumping, so she slowed down quite a bit.
But at the moment it's Wojciechowska who is leading towards the top mark for the final time, but Tomasoni putting her under pressure. Probably just a little more than a second of gap between them right now, and Tomasoni closing the gap. Got very good speed, has the Italian, and they go around pretty much in lockstep. Tomasoni, will she go the same way and try to put Wojciechowska under pressure?
She will.
Try and attack on the jibe.
it's gonna be really important because all of them, those two, they have a match point, so they know if they're gonna get the next one, they put
That's
her
it.
really in a good spot. And
But Wojciechowska holding off the pressure from Tomasoni very effectively at the moment. Tomasoni running out of runway to be able to overtake the Polish rider. Could this be Wojciechowska about to get her second match point, which would then put her on level terms with Gal Zuckerman, who is out of this race for reasons we still don't fully understand at the moment. But Zuckerman did not come ashore in between races, as far as I can tell. So whatever it was is not bad enough. It wasn't a gear breakdown. Look at Tomasoni on the attack again, and Wojciechowska still under pressure from the Italian. Simultaneous jibing as they go around the bottom of the course for the last time and across to the jibe mark. Wojciechowska can't afford any mistakes because Tomasoni is ready to pounce.
yes, they have almost the same speed, around 27 knots. It's going to be really interesting, the next jibe.
Around we go. Will Tomasoni be able to get round the inside?
No.
Whoa! Oh, big crash down, and
crash.
now there's been an error by both of them.
Yeah, because she just went down in the front. She got the inside of the mark. But
And it's
then
Wojciechowska up and running again, so nearly gave it away. Tomasoni gave it her all, but it was a little bit too much. So Wojciechowska recovers from that splashdown, kept her nerve, and that win will mean an awful lot because now that takes the Polish rider to match point alongside Gal Zuckerman. But will there be a protest? It's possible that there could be a protest, and those protests are heard as soon as possible after a race has been completed.
Yeah, we see that Tomasoni is still with her kite into the water, and she should try. I mean, it was the right move to get full speed on inside between Wojciechowska and the mark. She was nearly make it, but
Yeah.
then the pitching that the board got some ventilation on the foil, and it's really difficult as far as you are not pushing straight forward.
It was worth attacking for anyway, so it was worth Sofia Tomasoni having a go. We've got about 2.5 minutes to the next race, and we will just update you on who that is with in a moment. We'll take a break and then we'll come back to you. Okay, so 2 minutes and 15 seconds to the next start, and just to remind you what happened in the first of their heats a little bit earlier. Before I do that, we'll just update you on what we've just seen. So Magdalena Wojciechowska, by winning that race just now and holding her nerve around that dramatic last jibe mark, is now on two match points, same as Gal Zuckerman, who retired from that race. So Gal Zuckerman has given away her advantage that she had from the beginning of the day. There's no protests, so there's no complications like that. Sofia Tomasoni pushed super hard to try and win, but I see that she did not finish in that race. So anyway, she gave it her all, but she's still on 1 match point. Darin Atakan still with none. So semi-final B, Nina Arcic now on 2 match points as a result of that very aggressive victory that she sailed so successfully earlier on, just a few minutes earlier. Now she's on 2 match points alongside Julia Damasiewicz, who took through 2 match points from being 3rd place in the qualifying for the whole week of racing that we've seen up until now. Lisa Cavall from France and Poland's Dominika Saviczka yet to clock a match point, so they need to win 3 matches. Got 48 seconds to the start, and we've got the 2 orange ozones. We've got the purple ozone of Nina Arcic, and we've also got Damasiewicz, and she is with the fly surfer. 25 seconds to go. Damasiewicz holding up on the right hand side towards the committee boat. That seems to be the favoured approach for Julia, and it worked really well for her off the start line. She was leading in the early stages of the race before it went wrong for her, but it looks like she's got the spot she wanted as they start. And it's Julia Damasiewicz starting next to the committee boat on the right hand side. It's a clear start, and it's Saviczka already threatening, going faster and putting Julia Damasiewicz under pressure. Well, that forced Julia to tack away to the right hand side. Further down we've got Nina Arcic with the purple at the bottom of the screen, and off to the right of her, or off to the left of her, is Cavall. On the right of your screen is the French rider Cavall. Julia Damasiewicz has managed to find some height and climb out the threatening situation that Saviczka put her in, but Saviczka sailing really, really well right now and looking like she's got a narrow lead and a narrow advantage.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, the first tack that they're gonna have to go to the right side of the course. So let's see who is gonna start to having the tack, and look at Saviczka now leading in front, so she got some more speed, so she will tack, yes, go straight to the on port all the way through to the right side of the course now.
So all 4 riders now onto port tack, pretty much tack within a few seconds of each other. Saviczka still leading on the left hand side of your picture. Damasiewicz still very much in the running right now. Well, in fact, all of them are. There's not much between any of them, but Cavall has slipped back a little bit, so Cavall struggling to maintain. Arcic coming up on a higher line towards the other 2. Arcic with the purple kite starting to squash.
Squeezing to the mark. They're getting closer.
Will Arcic be able to exert that advantage? And we've seen her in these tight situations always come out ahead. Who's going to come out ahead this time? It looks like it might be Julia Damasiewicz with the orange, marginally getting around ahead of Arcic, but Arcic in a really good attacking position.
They are the 2-1 with the 2 match point. We have to remember that.
Right, so this could be whoever of these 2 that we're looking at right now. If they win this race, they will be through to the finals. So there is a lot riding on these jibes right now. Arcic on the attack. We've seen that Arcic could be really fast, and both these Polish riders, they will know each other's game extremely well. So they will probably know each other's strengths and weaknesses better than anyone. From what I've seen, from what little I've seen this week, I think Nina Arcic is a little bit faster downwind. I think she's one of the fastest downwind, and it looks like she is managing to get down over the front of Damasiewicz as we speak. But the thing is that Damasiewicz is still on the inside, but now she's losing it. So Arcic is going lower and the same speed, and that puts Arcic in the position of being able to jibe when she wants to.
So Arcic is in the front now.
Arcic goes round in the lead. Damasiewicz, good rounding by her, followed by Kaval.
In Savica.
And then Savica yet to go round. So Savica just gone round. So Savica has had a bit of a slip because Kaval was some way back. Kaval is the second of the orange ozones. Damasiewicz going into attack. How long will Arcic leave it before she tacks? Arcic carrying on. She's carrying on further out to the left-hand side. So this is Damasiewicz's roll of the dice. She's trying something different. She might as well try and do that. Successful tack by Arcic. I thought she slowed up a little bit during the tack. So has that opened the door for Damasiewicz? But it looks good. It looks like maybe there's a little bit more wind on the left-hand side, and maybe that's why Arcic decided to carry on this side of the race course. It still looks like Arcic has the control with the purple kite at the bottom of your screen. If Arcic wins this race, then she books her spot through to the 4-board final for the Formula Kite Girls, taking place later on today. So Damasiewicz has now tacked. Presumably she's on ley line, but I would say that she's given away distance. So she did what she could. She took a different line. Arcic now tacks. She completes the tack. Actually struggling a little bit to get the board up and running and out of the water, but she's going now. But Damasiewicz is still close enough to be able to attack on the final run to the finish. Round goes Arcic in the lead. Poland 1, Poland 2. Arcic looking back just to see what Damasiewicz is up to. But Arcic, she knows she's quick downwind. Going into a jibe. Nicely executed with the purple ozone kite. Damasiewicz continuing on a little bit further, seeing if she can find a bit more breeze on that side of the race course and maybe jibe on Arcic. She might as well do something different. Arcic will go all the way out to the ley line. She will try and keep her jibes to a minimum. She only wants to do one more jibe before they get to the leeward mark. But Damasiewicz, if she can find better breeze down that side of the course, maybe she can go on the attack.
I mean, the leading now, Arcic, she has quite a good lead in front. She doesn't have to make any mistake in the jibe, on those couple of jibe.
And nicely executed there, and she comes with good speed around the mark, whereas Julia Damasiewicz has to do the jibe and then the rounding, which slows her even further. So Arcic is looking very likely like she's about to book her spot into the final. It's the final left-hand turn around the slalom mark. We saw drama around that mark in the previous race, but that was with two going round together. This time, no one's going to take it away from Nina Arcic. The Polish rider, who's so fast downwind, is about to book her spot in the 4-board final for the Girls Youth Kitefoiling World Championship title later on today. Congratulations to Nina Arcic. And Julia Damasiewicz, the defending world champion, well, it's going to be a gut-wrenching moment for her. She's not going to be able to defend her world title this year. It will be up to another Polish rider, such as the one that we see here, Nina Arcic, to see if Poland can retain the title, but it will be a different name on the trophy from Julia Damasiewicz.
Yeah.
Could it be Nina Arcic?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, she said it well. She knew it. I guess that she deserved it because she managed the right things to do on the short course race. She didn't make any mistake. She made the good choice. She went on the clear air from the beginning.
And just
let's see. For sure, Julia, she will be a little bit upset about her performance.
Yeah, she hasn't been quite on her best game this week. She hasn't looked happy at times, and I thought maybe she'd still be able to do it with the sudden death format that we have on the final day, the medal series, but it hasn't worked out for her. Anyway, as the riders take a break, we will take a break, and we'll get back to you very soon.
praticamente io non posso vedere perché mi scompaiono,
Okay, so-
mi scompaiono
3 minutes to the start of the next race, and this is where we get to see if Gal Zuckerman can rediscover her mojo. It's been a really, really hard start to the day for Zuckerman. Psychologically difficult for her. That big crash in the first race when she might have won, and then she had a crash on the upwind leg in the second race and didn't even complete that, didn't even try to complete that race. So something strange been going on for Gal Zuckerman, but she is still on match point. The problem for her now is that so is Magdalena Wojciechowska from Poland. So Zuckerman or Wojciechowska,
No protest.
if they win this next race, then that will be the end of it. Let's just give you a
the previous one.
yeah. So talk us through it, Mirko.
Yeah, so Nina Archis with the win on the last semi. She got the spot into the final with the three 2 bullet, 1 match point that they carry from the beginning, and just Julia second and Lisa Caval finish on third on the semi-final, and Dominika Savician fourth. So let's see, Nina, she will got the opportunity to get into the podium or to get also a world title on the big final for the girl.
So that's the situation, what we've just seen. Now we get to find out who is going to be the fourth and final girl to break through to the final. Wojciechowska, winner of the race that we had earlier on this afternoon. She's on a good run of form right now. So is Sofia Tomasoni. Gal Zuckerman yet to show her the best of the Israeli. Will she be able to reset her mind? And she can still win this. If she wins this next race, she can win it. But she's had either some terrible luck or something's not been working out for her with 2 big crashes that have taken her out. And then with a diminishing chance of going through to the final, Darian Atakan will need to win 3 races on the trot if she's going to be able to get through to the final. 54 seconds to the start, and we see Gal Zuckerman approaching the line, leading the way in with Tomasoni, and a little bit further back Wojciechowska and Atakan. Now Gal Zuckerman has tended to like to start towards the pin end of the line, and I'm not convinced about the strength of those tactics. To me, it looks like if you start near the committee boat end, you have a greater control of your opponents. So I think whoever wins the committee boat end of the line, it's going to be one of those 2 fly surfers, is going to put themselves in an early advantage. Let's see how they shape up. We've got 5 seconds to go. And it's Atakan on the left, then Zuckerman, then Tomasoni, and on the right hand side Wojciechowska. Clear start. Wojciechowska just going to leeward of that yellow mark, and really good start by Wojciechowska and Tomasoni, and not a great start for Gal Zuckerman. So what is going on for Gal Zuckerman today? She needs to tack out. This is not going well for the Israeli rider, who is now down in 4th place with Atakan in 3rd, and a close battle for 1st right now between Tomasoni and Wojciechowska.
Yeah, the only way to keep the game open is that Tomasoni now get the bullet. If Tomasoni, if Sofia is gonna score first now, then the Sebi keep going.
That's right. So Zuckerman is the first to tack. That's what we would have expected. I would have expected for her to tack earlier than she did, but maybe it's because there's more wind on this side of the racecourse. Now, she didn't pass too far behind Wojciechowska, so maybe Zuckerman not as bad as I've been describing her just now. Atakan at the bottom of our screen, she's now tacked, and the 2 in the middle, Tomasoni and Wojciechowska, also tacked. So everybody now on port, going out to the right hand side with the black ozone. Gal Zuckerman, she seems to be lower and faster a lot of the time. So VMG wise, I'm not sure if it's the best, but she's the fastest on the race course, but she's also the lowest.
Yeah, she's definitely the fastest, eating close to 23, 20, 22, 23 knots upwind. It's not bad for Gal, but she's going for a speed, not for a angle. Let's see if she make the right tack on the right spot to get the mark. It's going to be really important for her not to miss.
It is, and they're going to be going round in very quick succession. It's really tight between them at the moment, and around in the lead it's
And Darina Takan, she's leading.
incredible.
Amazing job for the first upwind leg for Darina Atakan, the Turkish.
So Turkey now in the lead. Wojciechowska from Poland in second, Tomasoni in third, and Gal Zuckerman still not far behind, but she's in fourth place. Really tight as these fly surfer kites go into simultaneous jibes.
Yeah, in 30 meter, all of them.
But it looks like Tomasoni is now in the lead. So through the process of that jibe, it's Tomasoni that now takes the lead. And Zuckerman on the far side, she's sailing her own path with the black ozone on the far side. She decided she wasn't going to get involved in that fly surfer traffic jam. But how is it working out for her? It's hard to say.
Yeah, it was a good call for Sofia to make the right jibe, just clear with a clear air and not having anyone behind. It was a really good choice. So let's see, because Gal, she went also alone in a fresh air, super deep. Let's see. So Sofia, she's getting close to the rounding mark, and Wojciechowska straight behind.
So Tomasoni keeping the semi-final alive, keeping her slim hopes of getting through alive. This is exactly what Italy needs to be doing if they're going to get their rider Tomasoni into the final. It's Tomasoni, bottom left of your screen, in the lead. Wojciechowska in second, just tacking. Now Tomasoni tacking. Gal Zuckerman going further out towards the left-hand side of the upwind leg, with Atakan following out towards the left-hand side to the right of your picture off the screen now. And we're looking at Tomasoni on the right, and
I must say that Gal, she's playing really quite strange tactics. Stay away from the other, but not doing the right speed, the right angle, the right call. Just going around and maybe try to play with luck. It's not a... I don't know. Let's see what's gonna happen.
She seems to be at a speed disadvantage. I wonder if in one of those crashes she's had some kind of breakage, but not enough time to change her equipment, or I'm not sure. Too much speculation. Meanwhile, at the front of the fleet, it's Tomasoni, still very close with Wojciechowska. Atakan in the middle of your screen.
Let's see if because they have to go straight. Yes, no need to tack, so they are in the proper line to the mark.
Tomasoni keeping her hopes alive, but Zuckerman actually she's gone further, and she's gone further over the ley line, and now she's using that extra speed to be able to go on the attack as they go around the windward mark. So is this Zuckerman's chance to actually overtake?
So did you see, like we said in Italian, is just bordo del morto. She went all the way to the other side, and she got it, and she gained a lot of space.
So Zuckerman has jibed away, and Tomasoni has now jibed. She's at the bottom of our screen, and I tend to think that Tomasoni is still in the better position. I wonder if Zuckerman should have stuck with Tomasoni for longer, because I'm not sure there's as much wind on the side that Zuckerman has chosen.
No, she went for a maximum speed, more let's say, more space, longer course, and just for a better speed. Strange tactics for Gal.
And it means that she's on the outside of the next mark rounding as well. And in fact, has Gal she chosen the right approach? She's got to do more jibes. So Gal Zuckerman misjudged the ley line, or has certainly decided to do 2 extra jibes. So this puts Tomasoni further ahead. So that threat from Zuckerman didn't last very long. Tomasoni looks like she's headed for the finish of this race, and this time Wojciechowska is far enough back that we shouldn't have the kind of muddles that we saw between these two on one of the previous races. around she goes. Tomasoni successfully around the slalom mark, and then she sets the final course for the finish line, and Tomasoni lives to fight another race, and it keeps the game alive. So now we have 3 riders on match point.
On 2 match point, yeah.
So this is a fantastic setup. It could only get better if Atakan wins the next 3 races.
Yes, then you can imagine. This is why we have 6 possibility, because at the end is gonna be at least one will win. But great job for Atakan, great job for Wojciechowska and Gal Zuckerman. That means is a really break deal for 3 of them.
Okay, well, we are setting ourselves up for an amazing scenario between these 4 riders. Atakan, her chances of staying in the game now for the Turkish rider, very, very slim, needs 3 straight wins. For the others, whoever wins the next race, if it's not Atakan, whoever wins, then they go through to the final. It's teeing up for an amazing showdown. We will be back to you shortly.
Meet the R1V4, our highest performance Olympic and IKA registered racing machine.
Girl A4.
So there is the committee boat where all the action is being run from, and an update on what has just happened and what the scenario is now. So no protests, that's good news. That was a clear and clean battle. And so Tomasoni, Wojciechowska and Zuckerman, if any of those 3 win the next race, then they are through to the final. And we've got less than 2 minutes or less than 3 minutes to the next start, so not long for waiting around. Maybe there's been time just to take on board some energy drink from the coach boat, but they've got to get their heads straight back into the game, because it's just 2 minutes 30 until the next start. Now, can Derin Atakan pull out her A game and win the next 3 heats? Not to be rude about the Turkish rider, but it's probably not going to happen. But I'm hoping from a commentary point of view that it does. But what
she round first.
That's very true, Mirko. She had an amazing first leg in that race.
Yes, it was true.
What we know now is that the other 3 riders are extremely well matched. We haven't seen the best of Zuckerman today. Has she left it until the very last moment to show what Gal Zuckerman is all about? Because we haven't seen what this Israeli rider is capable of doing yet today. We've seen glimpses of it, but she hasn't been able to put it together for a race. And her tactics look a bit extreme, Mirko. It looks to me like she doesn't have faith in her speed.
Yes, exactly. I mean, like we said during the semi-final, she makes a really strange call. Tacking just away from the other, just going to the other side of the course where the other are. It seemed that you were quite lost and tried to find something strange just to get back into the game. So now she has the chance. Number 4 semi-final, the 4th semi-final, 3 of them, they have two match points. So that means that if one of those 3 win, that's over, and it's gonna be the spot booked for the final, for the big final. It's gonna be really interesting. I guess that Wojciechowska and Gal Zuckerman and Sofia, they will ride more closely on the next semi-final. Do not let any of those go away on the other side of the course alone. So less than a 40 second is gonna be really interesting.
And they're making the final approach of these four riders towards the line. The very recognisable black ozone kite of Gal Zuckerman further down the line. Gal is still choosing the pin end of the line. Well, it's not the time to maybe start practicing things that you're not familiar with, but I continue to say that I think being up near the committee boat is tactically the stronger place to be, and at the moment it is Tomasoni and Wojciechowska, as usual, who are booking the right-hand end of the line. It's always the battle for the starboard end of the line between the Italian and the Polish Wojciechowska. As they launch off the line, it's a clear start. Gal Zuckerman to the left, then Atakan from Turkey, then Tomasoni, and Wojciechowska in her characteristic position, the furthest right of the boards that we see, and tactically, I would say, in the strongest position right now. And we see Gal Zuckerman going fast and low again. She just can't match the speed and the height of the other boards in this race, and already Gal Zuckerman giving herself a lot of work to do. She's going to need to tack soon, otherwise she's going to be tacked on the left-hand lay line by some of the other riders. Wojciechowska going higher and a little bit slower on the far side. Will Zuckerman be able to tack and cross underneath these riders without being tacked on? The first two don't look like they're going to tack on her, as long as she gets out cleanly underneath Wojciechowska. But no, it looks like Wojciechowska's going for the tack as well. But Zuckerman is safely through to the far right-hand side. And will she be able to use her high reaching speed? I'm going to call it reaching because she's not pointing as high as the rest of them. Will she be able to use her superior speed even though she's doing higher distance through the water? No, hang on. What's going on with Zuckerman? There's something strange about the setup of that kite on the far side. Something's just not quite right.
It just have a different angle. I don't know, that's just strange. But look at Wojciechowska and Sofia, how close they are. It must be for Gal Zuckerman maybe some seaweed on their fuselage. Let's see.
It's been a constant problem for her today, though. She's
and Derin, look at the Turkish Derin. She's really in a great position now, all the way up.
So this is the three fly surfers all tacking. Now, if they've managed to tack and get onto the ley line, then that's Atakan who would be leading. But has she underjudged the ley line? No, she hasn't. So yet again, Atakan first around the mark, but on the attack straight behind her, Wojciechowska and Tomasoni with Zuckerman some way behind. Zuckerman going for her characteristic early jibe, and then Tomasoni going for the jibe, but it looks like Wojciechowska has now moved into the lead. So she slungshot her way round the Polish rider to get ahead of Atakan, and Atakan, who was in the lead, has now possibly even dropped back into fourth place. That's how small the gap is between these four riders right now.
And Gal, she's really extremely fast on the downwind leg, so she got the chance to stay really or in front or really close to the next rounding mark on the bottom one.
So can Atakan keep herself in the game? This is Atakan at the bottom of the screen. She needs to win this match to stay in the game. For the other three, oh, bit of a splashdown for Tomasoni there. It didn't last for long, but not good for... Actually, no, sorry, that is Atakan I was looking at. It's Wojciechowska at the bottom of the screen. Wojciechowska going for the jibe. And so I think it's going to be Wojciechowska claiming the inside rounding, but it's going to be her against Tomasoni. So often we've seen these two riders in a scrap with each other, and around marginally in front
is Tomasoni.
It's Tomasoni. Okay, so that's how close it is, and Gal Zuckerman not far behind either.
Exactly, but we know that the problem now is that, yes,
I
was just saying she will go to the other side definitely because she was on the bad position.
And Tomasoni deciding to tack, letting Wojciechowska break further out towards the left-hand side. And I wonder why Tomasoni would have tacked there. I would have thought she would have waited for Wojciechowska. But it's Wojciechowska who's carrying out towards this side. There's Gal Zuckerman low and fast. Now, we've seen Gal Zuckerman make low and fast work. If she judges the ley line correctly, she can come in with speed, and she could still win this race. Remember, whichever of these front three win this race, they win their spot in the final. There's a lot riding on this race right now.
A lot of pressure for all of them, I must say.
Great for us to watch.
Okay, Gal just stuck it. Let's see if it's the right spot on the ley line, and Sofia just in front of her.
So coming in from the left-hand side, that is Wojciechowska, and it's Tomasoni already on the starboard ley line and Zuckerman on the starboard ley line. It looks like it's going to be Tomasoni that is in the lead, and she has really gained good advantage on Wojciechowska up this leg. So Tomasoni's early attack seems to have paid off, but where is Gal Zuckerman? Is she going to fly in from the left-hand side of the screen? Can't see her. So no, she's some way back. So things are fading badly for Gal Zuckerman. This is now a battle between Tomasoni and Wojciechowska. And Tomasoni right now, well, Mirko, it's an Italian rider who's looking like they might go through to the final right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine she have to be focused 100%, 200% until the end. We saw it before. She was really attacking Wojciechowska. It was a kind of a little bit problem on that last mark during the last jibe. But let's see, now he's blasting 26 knots on downwind with his fly surfer just in front of Wojciechowska, almost the same speed. So let's see, it's gonna be really interesting to see the next two jibe.
Very similar speeds downwind, isn't it? Around 25 knots for all of them. So Wojciechowska running out of opportunity to be able to overtake Tomasoni. It looks like Tomasoni, the Italian, is on course for taking the final of the 4 places for the big final that we're going to be witnessing very soon, later on this afternoon here in Torregrande, Sardinia. So Tomasoni
rounding the mark for first, going for the last jibe, but Wojciechowska, she's not so far behind her.
Yeah, there's still a chance because there is the handbrake turn round the slalom mark, round the jibe mark. Will Tomasoni be able to keep it together for that final mark?
You can
final
imagine,
maneuver?
You can imagine this jibe, it counts for the final. Just one jibe, she make it.
So increasingly, with fewer and fewer meters until the finish, Tomasoni books her spot. She keeps her dream alive to be able to win the Youth World title on home waters here in Sardinia.
Wow, well done Sofia, well done Wojciechowska, great battle, and Gal Zuckerman behind. Amazing.
She can't quite believe it, can she?
No, because that's the format. Exactly what we're meaning about this format is just to keep the dream alive, and what Sofia did is a great job, just scored the 3 win.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just get our breath back and we'll take a break. We'll be back with you shortly.
DR5, built to win.
So next one is gonna be the Gold Boys final, I guess.
You're on.
We are back, Andy.
So that was the conclusion of the semi-finals, and do you remember, it seems like a long time ago, Mirko, how quickly the boys settled their semi-finals? They were gone in the blink of an eye because the 2 riders that had their advantage going into that, the 2 match points, they cleared out those semi-finals extremely quickly. It's nothing like the same story in the girls, and I'm just waiting to hear when the next match is. So there were no protests in that one. That's just to confirm what we saw. Sofia Tomasoni wins semi-final A. It's the Italian who goes through into the 4-board final that we'll see later on, and we're just waiting to hear when the next 14:35.
Okay, so in 8 minutes.
3 minutes. 3 minutes to the start of the. So this will be the first race of the finals for the boys. And now, at last, you get to see the two front runners who got the bye through to the final. They didn't have to race in the semi-finals. That's Max Mader from Singapore and Riccardo Pianozzi from Italy. So Max Mader, same format as we've had with the semi-finals. Max Mader already has 2 match points. If Max wins the first race, then he becomes the world champion. Riccardo Pianozzi, he needs to stop Max Mader from doing that. The Italian is on only 1 match point. And then our qualifiers from the semi-finals earlier today, Qubin Huang and Arthur Les, they start with scratch. They've got to win 3 matches in the finals, and all of these riders will be very aware of just how good Max Mader from Singapore has been. Okay, back to you very shortly.
The R5, built to win.
$30 7 seconds. Sorry, I'll start that again.
Yeah.
30 seconds until the start of the first of the races to decide the finals. This is the best 4 riders here in Torregrande, Sardinia, in the boys' kite, Formula Kite division. Max Mader, Riccardo Pianozzi, Arthur Les and Qubin Huang. That's, we see on the right of your screen, Max Mader and then Riccardo Pianozzi just coming into the final 5 seconds. Max Mader really tight up at this end of the line between Mader, Pianozzi and Arthur Les.
And Qubin.
And Qubin on the far side. Oh, bit of a slip there by Max Mader. And Riccardo Pianozzi straight onto attacking on top of his arch rival. So it's Pianozzi going out towards the the right hand side of the race course along with Max Mader. These are the 2 front runners. On the right, Max Mader, if he wins this race, he wins the world title. Riccardo Pianozzi from Italy on the left, he needs to stop Max Mader from winning this race. Pianozzi needs to win this race to get on level pegging with Max Mader.
But so what's happened to the wind? They're just going all the way to the right side, so they are just recalculating their ley line.
But what's happened here? That's a bad tack there by Max Mader. He's had a shocking tack. So Riccardo Pianozzi is surging away into the lead, or is he? Who's actually?
He's hard to lead.
So who's in the lead now?
Juan Qubin and Arthur Les, first and the second now, always to the right.
So that early tack did not pay for Pianozzi and Mader, and this is not going at all to schedule. This is a very strange race right now, but it's all playing into the hands of Qubin Huang, winner of one of the semi-finals earlier, being chased by the other semi-final winner, Arthur Les, and they are showing a clean pair of heels to the other 2 riders, the 2 big favourites, Riccardo Pianozzi and Max Mader, who completely missed a trick on that first windward leg. They just went the wrong side of the course, and then to compound the error, Max Mader had a terrible tack. So Qubin Huang goes round in first place for China, followed by the red kite of Arthur Les from France.
Here we have the
Here's
replay
that
of
crash.
Yes, when Max Mader just make a mistake on that
It looks like he ran out of wind or something. He was really pumping the board very hard through that tack, so maybe he just ran out of wind, or there was something really strange. Back to the leaders, Cuban Huang on the right of your screen with the Fly Surfer Kite ahead of the red kite of Artur Les, and look at the gap back to the other two. So this is not going at all to schedule right now. This is high drama, all working to the advantage of Cuban Huang from China. Cuban Huang at the bottom of the screen with a pretty comfortable lead on Artur Les, with a good lead going back to Riccardo Pianozzi in third place.
Yes, exactly. And it seems that the lead has been extended over 60 meters to Artur Les.
And Artur Les with probably more than 100 meters back to Riccardo Pianozzi in second, and Max Mader trying to make up the lost ground, but with a lot to do right now.
So good chance for Cuban Huang to got a good bullet for him to keep it open everything again on the final man.
The conditions have softened since earlier in the day, and maybe this is why we're seeing some upsets. So we have 2 Asians and 2 Europeans in this final right now, and that's pretty unusual at this level of competition, to have Asia so well represented. And Max Mader, who we're looking at there from Singapore, he is the hot favourite. He's the yellow jersey wearer. It will be quite an upset if he doesn't win today, but at the moment he is struggling to get back on terms in this race, because Riccardo Pianozzi, his arch rival, is ahead of him, but Pianozzi is only in third. And it's Artur Les in second and Cuban Huang of China in first place. The Chinese have proven very successful in windsurfing, but now we have this new Olympic discipline of kiteboarding. And Cuban Huang, he hasn't been in a lot of high-level competition so far, partly because of COVID. But he's leading this first race of the boys' final right now, with Artur Les in hot pursuit, but some 60 meters back. Cuban Huang about to go round the windward mark for the final time, and actually it's a good deal more than 60 meters that he's pulled on Artur Les. It's well over 100 as Les goes round the windward mark, but Cuban Huang is not putting a foot wrong. He's about to go into a jibe, and through the jibe for China, and just stretching his legs and stretching distance on his 3 rivals all the way down this race course.
So Riccardo Pianozzi and Artur Les. Riccardo now is now chasing Artur Les, at least for the second spot, but doesn't change the outcome, because everything will stay open. They need to run another final.
And that's good news for certainly this rider that we're looking at here, Cuban Huang, one of the semi-final winners earlier. And then at the top of the screen, it was the red kite of Artur Les. And if it's not going to be Les who can win, then the next person he would like to win is this rider, the Chinese Cuban Huang, safely around the bottom leeward mark. One of the biggest leads that we've seen in any race today so far. And that wide stance of Cuban Huang, he looks very solid on the board, going through the final maneuver of this race, the first of the finals heats in the boys Formula Kite. And he negotiates the slalom mark, and it's the final approach across the finish line, and it's match point added on to the scores of Cuban Huang from China.
Which is really good job for the Chinese. The young Chinese got this win, because again we will see another one, and just Riccardo Pianozzi make the second spot, and Max Mader just go also in front of Artur Les, which now is just on fourth position.
So a big loss by Artur Les down the final run. I wasn't watching him, so I'm not sure what happened to Artur, but the important thing is that both for Arthur and for Cuban Huang in particular. Cuban has got a point on the board, and he's kept the match alive. And Max Mader, well, if he didn't have a helmet on, he'd be scratching his head wondering what exactly happened there, because that was a disastrous race by the usually faultless Max Mader. We've hardly seen Max Mader put a foot wrong. Okay, we'll be back to you soon.
20 right.
Back on. You're back on.
So we are back on. We see a red flag, a Bravo flag on the finish board, and Kibin just went to the beach.
Thank you.
Went to the beach to get some rest or to change something with their coach, and less than 2 minutes for the girl final. What do you think about the girl final? Is gonna be some drama, or
I
let's
think
see?
with this wind and what we've just seen, if Max Mader can be wrong-footed by these conditions, I think it means that anybody can be wrong-footed by these conditions. And the races that you haven't yet seen, well, we'll just talk you through that. That's the standing. So Max Mader's still with 2 championship points, but Cuban Huang now with 1 match point, same as Riccardo Pianozzi with 1 match point. Artur Les yet to put a win on the board. So Max Mader still only 1 race away from winning the world title, but not doing it as easily as he might have hoped. 1 minute to the start of the first of the finals for the women, and the 2 riders that we haven't yet spoken about today because they got a bye straight through to the final are Israel's Maya Ashkenazi and France's Heloise Pegorier, and they sailed fantastic qualifying series, which is why they didn't have to compete in the semi-finals. And then Sofia Tomasoni, that dramatic qualification that we saw earlier, and Nina Arcic, so dangerous in close quarters competition. And we are 30 seconds away from the start, and they're very closely bunched right now.
So we have Heloise Pegorier and Maya Ashkenazi, and then Sofia Tomasoni straight behind.
So that's Arcic with the purple kite. The blue kite is Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
Then Tomasoni, the next one along, and Pegorier on at the top of screen.
Exactly. Pegorier seems to choose in the pin and start, and Sofia just straight behind.
Clear start. So this is a straight fight, but yes, that's a difficult start for Tomasoni, isn't it?
Yeah, because Eloise, we know from the race from yesterday, she had great angle against the wind, so she just decided to go straight forward behind her and for more speed and different angle.
Pegorier looking very fast in the blue jersey.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, the angle and the speed that she has in this kind of low wind condition. That's just great.
Maya Ashkenazi, she was so dominant earlier on in the week. Now with the blue kite, the blue ozone. We had Israel first and second in this regatta earlier on in the competition. There's 1 Israeli now in this final. Will Maya Ashkenazi be able to hold on to the yellow jersey all the way to the end of this World Championship? She's only 1 win away. If Ashkenazi on the left of our picture with the blue kite wins this race, then she wins the world title. But she is struggling on that side of the course. She goes into attack now. And this was not the correct side of the course to be. Does she sink down to the water? She's
yes.
Same as Max Mader on that side of the course. There seems to be some kind of hole on that side of the course. The left-hand side seems to be more reliable for the breeze. And Ashkenazi having a very similar problem to Max Mader in the previous race. Pegorier also struggling on that side of the race course. And at the moment, it's the 2 semi-final qualifiers. This is almost a mirror image of what we saw in the boys race just now, Mirko. It's the 2 semi-finalists that are leading the way from the left-hand side.
Exactly. you know, this kind of condition, light wind, little bit patchy, you have to be really open eyes all over, avoid some particular part of the course where the wind is not reliable. So far the left side of the course was the best to be chosen. So let's hope that Maya, Ashkenazi and Heloise, they will be back on the game.
So Ashkenazi's kite touches the water. How bad news is that? You don't want to get these kites wet, do you?
Absolutely not, mainly on this kind of wind. When the wind is like, you know, really at the low level, you really would not have the kite to be wet.
So Arcic in the lead with Tomasoni following. These are the semi-finalists that have yet to score a match point. So this is perfect, the way that things are playing out for Arcic, and it's not too bad for Tomasoni either. And it's an absolute disaster for Maya Ashkenazi, struggling to get up and running again.
This is Heloise.
And that's Heloise Pigorier, so her kite has touched the water as well. Who would have thought, who would have predicted that this could happen? And it goes to show the wind really has dropped quite significantly, and the biggest game in town right now is making sure that you stay on the foil and keep your kite in the sky. Even if you have to sail over ley line, do anything that you can to stay in the stronger part of the breeze. Arcic around the leeward mark, followed by Sofia Tomasoni of Italy. So this has turned into a two-horse race as Ashkenazi still struggles to get her kite out of the water and into the air.
And then now is Arcis and Tomasoni. Whatever is gonna happen, it's just a game getting longer.
Well, they know that they've only got to worry about each other now, so Arcic, the Polish rider, can keep a close eye on Tomasoni because there is no one else on this race course to worry about right now. Arcic with the purple ozone kite going into attack, should be able to tack across, but only just actually. It was fine. There won't be an incident off the back of that. And now that I see Tomasoni tacking on the same line, I'm thinking maybe Tomasoni should attack the other side of Arcic. I feel like the Italian has rather handed the advantage to Poland, and that was a poor choice of tactics by Tomasoni, who's now in the dirty air of the Polish rider. So this is making things easier than it needed to be for Arcic, who's now stretching the advantage on the Italian.
Yes, but maybe she had to, Sofia, to do just attack behind, because you were already close to the ley line, and maybe it's the perfect place where you can get enough wind to go all the way through close to the mark. So maybe it was kind of no-go. That was the only way to get it done.
And look at Arcic.
The wind is really light.
She's pumping the board, isn't she, Arcic? Yeah. They're struggling to keep their board above water, and every maneuver now is going to be super critical. Look at the power that they're putting through the board, pumping it with their legs. Their legs are going to be burning like crazy. And who's pulled off the better maneuver here?
What?
Oh, look how close it is now. Tomasoni pulls off the better tack and she overtakes Arcic.
Because Nina, what she did, it was just a safe jibe instead of going for attack and losing your kite. Just to keep foiling.
That's got to be the most critical thing right now, is keep your board on the foil, because you cannot take that for granted. And it's Tomasoni who claims the windward mark rounding there, ahead of Arcic, who falls further behind, pumping the board to get round that windward mark. And look at the superior boat speed. Tomasoni doing 25 knots, although now Arcic is up to speed. Arcic doing at times almost 28 knots, so Arcic going fast. We know that Arcic, when she is on full pace, is capable of going fast. Tomasoni going into the jibe, Arcic going into a simultaneous jibe, and the match race continues towards the bottom of the race course.
Yes, and then it's getting difficult and difficult to do the jibe in such a light wind, and they have to keep their foiling up on the water, not touch down with the board. Otherwise, you risk to get stuck, and then the kite is just go. Yeah.
28 knots of speed downwind, bearing in mind that the wind has dropped to what, five or 6 or 7 knots?
Seven knots.
So
Seven knots, so 4 times wind speed. 4 times. Like we said on the previous day, those machine, those board and the foil and the kite foil are so able to get such a performance on 7 knots of wind. You're blasting at 20 knots of speed downwind.
And they're coming towards the bottom of the course now, and Tomasoni got the mark rounding to do around the slalom mark. We've seen people not negotiate this terribly well in previous races, so this is a critical moment in the race. Will she be able to keep it going? Looks like Tomasoni is through the worst of the maneuver, and now she makes course for the finish line with Arcic still breathing down her neck. So it's going to be first and second for the 2 semi-final qualifiers, while our favourites Ashkenazi and Pegorier, well, they've been lapped. It's been a disaster for the others, but absolute joy for Tomasoni from Italy, winning that race and scoring her first match point.
And coming from the semi.
Coming from the semis. So things just keep on getting better and better for Sofia Tomasoni. Look how she's having to work that board to keep it above water. And meanwhile, Ashkenazi, she's got her kite in the sky. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back to you in a few short moments. Okay, so that was a dramatic race. Could it be any more dramatic than that? Well, we thought we'd seen quite a lot of action in the first of the men's finals. That's just a roundup of where we're at. Maya Ashkenazi with that kite in the water, lapped by her semi-final winning rivals. Well, she's still on championship point. She's only got to win the next race and she'll be fine. But now Sofia Tomasoni draws level with Heloise Pegorier from France. They're both on 1 championship point so far, and it's the first to 3, remember. Nina Arcic, she needs to win 3 matches as things stand at the moment. We've got 2 minutes until the final. It's the second race in the boys' final. No protest in the girls, so that was a straightforward race as we saw it. No complications to add there. The only complication for Maya Ashkenazi is that she's still struggling to get her blue ozone kite in the sky. It is in the air at the moment, but only just, and the trouble is it will have got wet. Will the Sardinian sunshine dry it out in time for the next race? Well, we've got 27 degrees of air temperature, so if there's anywhere that you can do it, then Sardinia is a pretty good place to dry a kite out. But both Pegorier and Ashkenazi are suffering with wet kites from the kite falling to the water. Now, Mirko, if you were going to go up the next beat of this boys race, which side of the race course are you going to choose?
For sure, the left side of the course, the one where you can see at least the wind is just a little bit more on the outside, so on the left side of the course, because on the inside you can see some patchy going on, and like we know, it's a thermic wind. So.
But it's a bit academic at the moment because things have got patchy enough that the race start is delayed, and you can see Max Mader still practicing, still trying to keep his board in the sky, but I suspect he might be coming back towards shore now that the race start has been delayed. So we'll just go to a quick ad break and we'll be back with you shortly. Okay, Mirko is off onto the beach to see if he can catch any of the riders for an interview. We're on this delayed race start while we wait for the wind to sort itself out, but I'm very keen to see who we can manage to get. Absolute drama in the girls race just now, with the kites crashing to the water for Maya Ashkenazi from Israel and Eloise Begorier from France. You don't often see that, and not from riders of this caliber, which tells you just how tricky those conditions are. And isn't it amazing how you can be struggling to keep your kite in the air at one moment, and then the next you're generating so much boat speed that you're doing 28, 30 knots downwind, more than 4 times speed of the wind.
DR5, built to win.
Okay,
It's not working. It's not working, so Andy on you.
we've got issues with the microphone. I think we might be okay now, so we'll just see if we can get Mirko back again. So
Andy on you.
okay, sorry about that. We thought it was going to work okay. It doesn't seem to be functioning properly.
The mic is blue and on. I don't know why it's not working.
Can you? So I'm just seeing if Gal Zuckerman is going to be kind enough to join us in.
Studio on you.
Okay. Gal Zuckerman kind enough to come into the studio to join me for an interview. Gal, very tough for you out there. We were struggling to make sense of what was going wrong for you today. And in the first race, you were leading, and then a big crash downwind. What happened?
Yeah, yesterday at the first race, I had something happened to my knee, and just like today, after I round the upwind mark, my knee just fall and I crashed really hard. And
So it was a weakened knee from yesterday. I saw you had protective tape on it today,
yeah,
and that was because of the injury yesterday, and then the same knee was affected in the crash today.
yeah.
Okay. And it seemed like you struggled you had good speed going upwind, but not able to match the height. Is that related to not being able to put as much
No,
power?
I chose 15, and the wind is pretty light.
You should have maybe gone for the bigger kite.
Try one race and then it was a gust, so I changed back. Yeah, it was really hard day, but I really did my best.
Yeah, well, we could see that, and it's a really tough format when things go against you, and it just seemed like you lack that speed, and I didn't realise you were on the different size kite today, but it was kite selection. Yeah, Gal, tough luck. Thanks for joining us in the studio, and wish you the best for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, girl of the moment, Sophia Tomasoni, what an amazing day you're having so far.
Thank you.
What were your feelings waking up this morning? Did you have you obviously know, as any of the top 10 riders do, that you have a theoretical chance of winning the world title, but it's looking more and more possible for you, isn't it, the way things are going for you?
Yes. I woke up knowing that, yes, I had a chance of doing it. It was quite hard because the gulls are really, really strong, and light wind is not exactly my favorite condition, but I'm really proud of myself because I managed to stay focused and just do my race without thinking about anything else, just trying to take any little advantage I could take and just do my best and fight as hard as possible, really.
There was a clear side to be in the boys race, and there was a clear side not to be in the boys race. How much had that played in your thoughts going into the start of your race just now, and what was your strategy?
I saw that. I saw Ricardo and Max starting and just then going downwind basically instead of upwind. So I was like, for sure I'm not gonna go there. I'm just gonna go out and then tack as late as possible, and that's what I did. But it was really tricky as well on the second lap. At the upwind there was no wind, and I managed to tack, and the Polish girl jibed instead of tacking, and that's what put me in front. And then it was just a matter of keep pushing and just stay in front. And that's what I did.
So going for the tack there is pretty brave. She went for the jibe to have a greater chance of being able to stay on the foil in light winds. Is that right?
Yes. So basically the jibe, you're almost sure you will keep foiling. With the tack, you're not exactly sure. So I just went for it, really.
So, just amazing. What I find incredible about these kites is that you're struggling to stay on the foil upwind. There's almost no wind, and yet once you get around the top mark, can you breathe a sigh of relief? Because suddenly you're doing 28 knots of board speed in 6 or 7 knots of wind. Is it easier downwind?
I think yes. A bit easier, but still, like, you have to do everything perfect, and the foil has to stay at the perfect height and everything, because when you stop doing the right thing, that you could just crash there. And especially doing the maneuvers, you're always a bit tense and like, I have to do this right, so I'm going to do this and that. But yeah, I think maneuvers are the hardest thing in light wind in general.
It looked really hard earlier on in the semi-finals. You and Nina Arcic going around that last jibe mark together, and you really went for it. It looked like you might actually have the. Am I right? Was it with Arcic? I think it was. Or was
with
it
Magda when I crashed.
With Magda Wojciechowska, right? Yes. So then you had the crash, but it was worth going for, right? It was worth taking the risk.
Again, I was there, and I was like, either do it now or just let the chance go. So I was like, I'm just gonna take this chance. I saw this space, so I was like, I'm just gonna go for it. And then I think I was a bit tense, so the jibe didn't quite come, and the space was really small, so I didn't manage to finish it, but I tried.
You tried, and
there was nothing else I could do.
No, you might as well have thrown everything at it, which you did. But absolutely amazing to watch your performance so far, and who knows how much further this competition will go. That's the great thing about this format, isn't it? But you've fought to keep the competition alive, and wish you all the best for the rest of the competition this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sophia.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Maybe. Maya Ashkenazi is one race away from winning the world title. It could have already happened, Maya, in that first race, but tell us what happened.
Yeah, the wind was super gusty and light, and I do wrong tack in the right side, and the right side was zero wind, and my kite fell. But I don't know.
The kite went to the water, and it was difficult to get the the kite up in the air again.
Yeah, because no wind at all.
And are you going to be using that kite later on in the next race?
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah, so luckily in Sardinia you can dry the kite out quite quickly.
Yeah. Well,
Was it your strategy to tack early, or were you forced to tack early?
yeah, my strategy was to tack early and attack the other girl.
And what will be your strategy for the next race, do you think?
Just push.
Just push.
And go to the wind.
And the semi-finalists, they had a great match race going on, which we saw Sofia Tomasoni win. But at some point, when it gets so light, do you even think about doing the jibe, going upwind?
Yeah, but I don't think it's happened. Like, it's not good to do jibe.
Right. No, there's no easy maneuver, is there?
Yeah.
Well, Maya, you've got the tattoo of the god of Neptune to bring you good fortune. Do you think Neptune is going to work out for you this afternoon?
Yeah, of course.
Maya, thank you very much, and the best of luck for the rest of this afternoon.
Thank you.
That's fine. Cuban Juan, congratulations on that race win just now, and you've had a good day so far, haven't you?
Yeah, it was a good day for me. I was pretty lucky on the first race.
Why do you say lucky?
Oh, because there's a huge wind shift, and I get, Max and Ricardo, they were fighting between each other, and there was shift down. So I was pretty lucky getting, the wind not shifting me, and I was the first one on the upwind mark.
Yeah, and you made it look really easy. You made it look easy. I'm sure it wasn't, but you had really good speed. You look very strong downwind. Now that you've beaten the others in the first race, how confident do you feel to win the next races?
Well, actually, this is my goal it's always my goal to win, to be on the podium and to get first. But for now, I will try to enjoy the race. The point of me is to enjoy every race. It's the process of fighting that's what the part I enjoy. So yeah, I will try to do my best the next race.
Okay, so the enjoyment comes first, and if you enjoy the race, then you might succeed because you're enjoying it.
Yep, because if I get too excited, just too nervous on a race, I'm sure I would just do crash and mistakes. So the first thing for me is just to enjoy.
Right. Well, it seems to be working out for you so far, so I hope you continue to enjoy the rest of the afternoon, Cuban.
Okay.
2 Asians in the finals as well.
Yep.
So
Max and me.
Yeah, so I'm sure that a lot of people in Asia will be watching your performance, so there's you have many fans in China, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there are people just watching us right now, so hello to them.
Great. Well, Cuban, all the best for this afternoon.
Right, thank you so much.
And we look forward to more fun and more enjoyment for you.
Yeah, there's no more wind now, but I'm sure it'll be better later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
DR5, built to win.
I'm ready.
That's such an organization, no?
Okay, here at the beach with Arthur. You did an amazing semi-final today, and then you are back in the final.
Yes, I'm really happy. My goal was to enter into the final and then show what I can do. So yeah, can't wait for racing again. Waiting for the win actually, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, now we are waiting for some more breeze getting in. Are you still focused, and which is your aim at the end?
Yeah, of course. Like I really want to do like a nice start like yesterday, but I think like today the starting line is too short. But yeah, I'm gonna push like harder than I can and try to beat them.
Okay, so we got some good things from Arthur Liz, which it come all the way through the semi-final to the final, and is showing quite a good speed. Really good performance on this kind of wind. So last statement, are you really keen and are you pray for the wind coming back?
Yeah, I don't want that the competition finished like that. Like we just done one final, so I really want that the wind's coming. If it can be strong, I will prefer, but we'll see.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. Really good job so far.
Thank you.
See you later. Ciao, back to you, Andy.
Okay, Andy on you.
There's the imposing figure of Max Mader in the middle of the screen, and we're just seeing if Mirko can speak to Eloise Bicorier, and if we can get another interview with the French rider who went into today in second.
Okay, let's go.
We are here with Eloise Pégorier from France, all the way through yesterday with an amazing result, back to the final directly, and now ready for the big final. Which is your feeling?
I'm so happy. Yesterday was amazing, but today I think it will be harder because all the girls look like super strong. So I will do my best. I hope to win.
Okay, what happened during the final before? You had quite bad luck dealing with strange wind.
Yeah, I think I tagged too early and I went to the zone there where the wind was not there, so it was very bad luck. But it's the game, so I will do maybe better next time.
Okay, so also you are praying for the wind coming back here in Torregrande and get the challenge to win next one. Good luck, Eloise.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Andy, back to you. We had Eloise. Here at the beach, looking for someone that might give me
one of the
30
coaches
seconds of his life.
just
Max, are you
walking
still,
in screen.
Really
Andy on you.
Okay, so Mirko is looking to get Max, and let's see if we can get Mirko and Max into screen.
Go, Mirko.
Okay, here with Max Mader, number one on her bib, now in his head, waiting for the wind. You are looking really like someone coming from another planet, which you are. Super ready for rocking into the water. What you're doing now?
Waiting for the wind, I guess, like everyone else. I hope it comes through. I hope it becomes stable, and I expect, or at least, I wish for fair racing.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned fair racing. We saw your last race. You did a quite a good tack on the right spot, but then the wind started just shifting during your port all the way down on port on the right side of the course. Then the wind was really patchy, and I think you were the first one that hitting an hole without wind. So let's see. We are all up for the wind coming back. What are you thinking now, just for our audience now, your head?
In my head, there is a certain level of anxiety or nervousness, you may put it, because, you know, your entire weeks of work is hanging on a thread right now. You've got only a little bit of advantage to show for it, and a lot of things can happen. For example, you know, what had happened out on the water just now. So, yeah, there's a certain level of giddiness and excitement because of that, and just trying to stay focused and give it my best shot.
Okay, thank you very much, Maximilian. We leave you alone because you are to stay focused and go ahead thinking on your competition. It's a world title into the table, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Rico.
Okay, back to you, Andy.
Meet the R1 V4, our highest performance Olympic and IKA registered racing machine.
Max Mader just striding away on the left of our picture there, and Max very honest about the fact that he's feeling nervous and even a little bit giddy about the fact that a whole week's work is hanging by a thread right now. So let's just remind ourselves of some of the action from earlier in the week where Max was clearly so dominant. We'll take a look at the highlights from day one here in Torregrande.
Hello guys, my name is Marcos. I represent the Brazil. It's my first World Championship and I'm very excited. The wind today is good and let's do it.
It's my first World Championship. I started kiting because I live on the front of the beach and a lot of people kite in Brazil. And then one time when I was smaller, I came to my dad and said, "Hey Dad, give me this from birthday." And then I started kiting with 9 years. I think that kite surfing has like a own feeling. Is the speed, you kite with your friends is just on the sport that have it.
This is my first ever World Championship. Well, for me it's to be in Alpha of the Fleet. This is my main goal for this competition. And later on the season, and even on this Olympic cycle, is to go to the Olympics, right? Representing my own country, Portugal.
This is the first day of my first World Championship and I feel a bit nervous. I'm focusing on my performance and try to do my best, and hopefully it works and I get good results.
It's my first time here in Sardinia. I think the conditions are very tricky because in the morning it's no wind and then the wind comes and then it's shortly off and then it comes from the other side. So it's tricky, but it's okay.
So that was highlights from day one of the competition, and Max Mader has been so dominant in the qualifying stages of this and also in the gold fleet, but we saw today that in these conditions anything can happen. Just an update on the conditions: it's about 4 to 5 knots of wind speed, occasional gusts of 6 to 7. We need a knot or two up from that, and then racing becomes possible. Bear in mind that it's probably the only one of any of the Olympic disciplines that you'd even be able to think about racing in these kind of conditions. It doesn't take a lot of wind to get the kite foilers working, but they do need a minimum 6 knots to really get moving. And once they're up and running, as we see, they could even be as little as 5. Mirko, what would you say is the...
I mean, with the Formula Kite, we know that below 5 the kite can fly, but you don't have a fair race, and this is why the limit is set up on that limit. And having some, I mean, we can see from here there is some patch around the course where definitely there is not even 4. So good call from the race committee. It's better to wait, to stay on standby as much as we can, to have a proper race, fair racing for all the top rider on into the final. So let's keep our finger crossed, and to get 8 to 9 knots will be the best.
There's another competition going on here also, which we're not featuring on the live stream today, but that's the A's Youth Foil Under 17 division. Just tell us a little bit about that, Mirko.
In the A's class is just the perfect class for feeder the youngest into a foiling world. So as we have here a couple of kids, 10, 11 years old, which they just switched from their recreational kite, inflatable kite and twin tip board to a foil, and they just get more and more involved with that, and then as fast as they start foiling and they pass or they stay close to 30 knots, they will never go back to a twin tip unless there is super strong wind, and then they go for big air. So there is no more things on between, or you go for a big air stuff, so twin tip, strong wind, super killer condition, or into the foiling fully committed. Here we have a really great group of these youngest under 17, so that means from 10 to 16 years old, battle with their pump kite, which we have to remember the biggest is the 13 square meter, and we have quite really good talk with some of the kids, which they are really love that class. It will be maybe some more year to get more things to keep this class improving, but it's gonna be really great.
It's still a very young class, isn't it? It's less than 3 years old, so it's got some way to develop.
Let's say we are almost at year 2, so I must say super young class. We have to make some adjustment for sure on the future, and on the Asian part where most of the kids are super light, but they have good condition, windy condition, and there is a lot of twin tip riders. They just started to switch into the foil, and I guess that pretty soon we will have a new young community, younger group involved on the A's youth foil class.
So if you're a senior rider, you're over 17 years old, is it still okay to use that equipment as a way into Formula Kite, or do you just transition straight from twin tip to Formula Kite?
This is a question, and we have also some kind of athletes that come straight from another class. Like we have a couple of examples from a old RS6 class, or a Fanborg class, or laser, which they know how it works, all the sailing world, how it works the regatta, how it means going around the mark. Just get them how to use the kite, and with a directional board, and straight after just put the foil on it. And the first time to get some knowledge on the foil, learning towing by the boat. The two things put in together it may happen that someone without going through the twin tip board, it can also get into foiling. It's just a little bit harder, but because of the skill that they have into the water by the wind and by all the sailing things that you need to know, that is the perfect example. So I guess that in the future, all this kind of high performance rammer, kite, and all the hydrofoil which are being really produced at high level from Levitas, Flying Sardine, Chubanga, they're just insane machine, great machine where you can get into foiling straight ahead.
Let's find out a little bit more about the game of the A's Youth Foil. We've got an interview with Simone Vanucci.
A new era is born, you know. We're here because it's a European Championship and it's the first big event in Europe of this new class. Kids were waiting for a way to get into foiling, dreaming for Olympic Games, and this is the path. The path goes through a simple foil and inflatable kite, something so safe and affordable, and that's what we like in Italy as well, because we have so many places, so many yacht clubs, so many reality. They were really looking for something easy to promote, and we're full on like we were on the TTR. Now we are putting our best energy into a foil to grow a big class in Italy. Of course, I think for everyone is the same. You're gonna go and try to find the best young talent, take them from the beach, tell them that kiteboarding is not just jumping, which is hard, and then give them ace to try, and most likely once they get good at it and they taste the flavor of racing, then they're ready, they're hooked, and then they want to compete, and after that they're gonna switch to formal. This is the plan. Ace is kiteboarding, but it's sailing. So if you have a background in sailing as a young kid, of course you have an advantage in terms of knowing the course and knowing the wind and all that kind of stuff. So you have already a background that you can transfer in kiteboarding, and all you have to do is just learn how to fly kite and get to the level where you can race, and you can transfer your talents to it. We have a big advantage as a young kiteboarding class is the kiteboarding fun. Even if in the Ace it's racing, but it's still kiteboarding is still fun. So we have no problem convincing kids from other classes to pass on. All we have to do is just take them to a nice beach, show them how to fly a kite, and get them into the first steps. And after that, it's downhill because it's so much fun.
Yeah, it's interesting that there are some sailors here from other classes. There's Sam Dickinson from GBR, a very good laser sailor. He was at the Youth Worlds in Oman last year, and here he is competing at his first ever major event. He's come straight into a world championship in Formula Kite and has done pretty well this week as well. And then a couple of really good Spanish sailors, Carlos in the A's, he's the Optimist national champion in Europe, fourth in the European Championship, and Matteo, who is the 29er world champion in the Silver Fleet of Formula Kite. So we're seeing quite a lot of crossover of traditional sailors from normal boats, shall I call it, having a go in the kite foiling, and seems like they love it.
Yes, exactly. You're right. What we are saying before is just we started to have quite a good example for a crossover between sailing classes. You said normal sailing classes, say a dinghy or any kind of classes where, I mean, it's just the best things that all the sailing school they can do is just get the people from the youngest, the kids from the school getting involved into sailing, and then just give an opportunity after the Optimist or any kind of traditional sailing boat or dinghy, just going through the kiteboarding, which is also part of the sailing family, which has been always our commitment since a long time to let the people understand that all the boards community, windsurfing, kiteboarding, and the future also there is a couple of new disciplines which we really want to explore that and bring people close to the sailing community as much as we can, to give them an opportunity not to drop off and after Optimist, no more sailing. No, there is many opportunity to keep people involved on our beautiful world.
And wing foiling is maybe one of the disciplines that you're alluding to when you say that. Where do you think wing foiling is headed? Because it seems to be very popular at a recreational level.
Yeah, I mean, you know, wing foiling is like kiteboarding back in 20 years ago. We are, I mean, all of us start wing foiling pretty soon, and we just figure out that it's really easy to make it recreational. There is a lot of research and development to grow the sport as quick as possible. We are really far away from what the kiteboarding and windsurfing are so far in foiling, about foiling performance, but I guess that in a couple of years we will see a lot of people doing races. Now around the world, just a few. We have a lot of recreational wing foiler, and they really love it just to do it. You know, we are calling flying carpet. This is why it's a relaxed things so far.
The brief wing foiling lessons that I've had, I've found it anything but relaxing. I'm still at the stage where I'm learning to ride a bike, and as soon as you take the stabilizer wheels off my bike, I'm falling over. But I'm hoping I'm going to get beyond that point.
Yeah, it's gonna take. You have to commit to 4 or 5 days straight, one after the other. You can't learn if you do it one lesson a month. That is not going to happen. Then you have to struggle quite a long time.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep on with that struggle, because so many of my friends have taken up wing foiling, and it's so convenient and possibly the easiest way to get into foiling, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, wing foiling is the perfect path to get into foiling, because you can learn with a floating board, so more than 100 liters. So also if you are 100 kilos, you take 120 or 130 liters board. You can float, go around without foiling, and then when you start to have enough wind, which now, you know, to practice well, you need 10 to 12, maybe up to that. For learning, if it's 15, is even better. And then you need just to understand how to manage your wing in your hand to have enough speed to have the foil engagement behind, above your board, and then start foiling and start to understand the balance. And then when you start foiling, the good thing, you can foiling between 10 and 12 knots speed, which is low speed, so it's not scary anyone at the beginning, compared to kiteboarding, where as far as you start foiling, you go almost straight to 20 pretty quick, and then after that is 30, and then after that is just no way. You realize that it's better going back to wing. Yeah.
So what's the highest speed that you've done on a kite foiler yourself?
Maybe 33, 34, not more than that. But when I start crashing at that speed, I start to realize I'm just too old.
And is that because the reactions are slower, or that it hurts too much and it takes too long to put the body back together?
No, it's just because as far as you fall off and slingshot front forward, you are eating such bad in your chest, in your face, that after 3-4 crash, you say, okay, over. Today, no more.
We're just going to find out if some flags need to, and some sound signals. I'm just going to hold on a moment. Anything we need to know?
Some wind coming, not enough on the top, but we are hopeful there will be probably 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so it could be that good wind is about 10 minutes away from now. So just let's catch up on some other videos. I wonder if Daniela Moroz and her experience as Sail GP might be one, and just to see what the crossover and the opportunities are from the kiteboarding world into other parts of the professional sailing world. Let's see if we can get the Daniela Moroz video.
For season 2 of Sail GP, the league wanted to have female athletes on all the teams, and I got selected as part of our application process for the US team, which was super exciting. So I went through this whole process and tryout kind of, and I was selected by the team, which was pretty cool. And then I joined the team for the first event in Bermuda, and I've done the 3 other events since then. I did Taranto, Plymouth, and Aarhus. So it's been a really cool experience so far. And I'm on the boat usually just during practice racing and during our training days. So I spent a lot of time in position 6, which is like behind the helm. And I'm kind of a passenger and just observing and seeing what's going on. And then I've also spent some time doing flight control, which is flying the boat. And you're trimming the foils to keep the boat riding steady along the water. And then I've done a little bit of grinding as well in lighter wind. And it's been pretty cool. It's pretty indescribable. So in Bermuda on my first week with the team, we went like 49.8 knots, I think, with like one of my first few days on the boat, which was pretty intense. That gave me a really big idea of like how it all works and how fast you can actually go with these boats. And then in Denmark just now at my last event, it was like gusting to 30 and the conditions were pretty hectic, and we went 52.3 knots or something like that. So it's just really cool to be part of the team and to get all that experience and learn from a group of guys like that. I feel really fortunate to be able to do that, and especially like being on a team led by Jimmy Spithill, like one of the greatest sailors of all time and super famous America's Cup skipper. And it's really cool just to be in that group and surrounded by so much knowledge and wisdom that I'm kind of absorbing. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm totally used to sailing by myself and doing single-handed sailing. That's always what I've done. I've done a little bit of sailing with other people. I've done some NACRA sailing and 49er sailing with like one other person. Spent a couple sessions on big boats. But yeah, this is my first time being on a boat with like a proper team and with like 4 or 5 other people. And it's pretty different. Like there's a lot of communication going on, and you really have to be talking to the rest of the team, and especially between the wing trimmer and the helm and the flight controller, they're talking all the time about what's happening with the boat, what kind of breeze is coming up ahead. Our tactician is one of our grinders, so he's always saying like where the other boats are and where we should tack, and he's on that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's just a lot going on, and it's pretty different from just single-handed stuff. It's still a foiling craft, so like all of the ideas and the mechanics of it are pretty similar to kiting actually. You're just kind of applying it to a different platform, and that part, it definitely took a little bit of time to get used to that, just because I have pretty limited sailing experience, so it definitely took time to like figure out how to apply those ideas and just concepts of foiling just to a different platform. And then the racing itself, it's honestly super similar, because the only, like, our courses are a little bit different. They have like boundaries and like a gate at the top and a gate at the bottom, whereas we have like open race course and usually just 1 or 2 marks at the top, but it's like a single rounding. But it's really high speed, so you have to be able to make really quick decisions, which is the biggest thing. And I think a lot of people coming from just other Olympic sailing classes or any other sailing classes really just aren't used to that speed and having to make such quick decisions, because you can kind of like plan for what's going to happen ahead, but here like it's a bit more of a reacting game. You really have to be like just quick-minded and be able to make those quick reactions. So that was like the biggest part that was similar, and of course like the strategy and tactics are really similar too. Yeah, I think the biggest things that are transferable is the strategy and tactics. Although it's a different course where, we're going at pretty similar speeds when it comes down to it. So a lot of it is just like making the right decisions at the right time and learning to think a certain way strategically and tactically. So yeah, there's a lot that is super similar.
Daniela Moroz, you would have to say at this stage that she is still the most accomplished female rider in kite foiling so far in the short history of the sport. Is that right?
Yes, it's right, and you're right, Andy. I mean, we know her since she was really young, and then the first time that we got her on the main fleet, running obvious for the female, it was no, I'm fine to run all together. I just learned kite foiling in San Francisco, just dealing myself between all of them. So you just get used to stay always with the top and the top riders of the world at that moment. And you can see now also in the last races in Palma and in the year how she can manage her performance from the day one to the last day, mainly to the last day, because she has a lot of experience on that. And we saw also her in different classes. We saw her on a 69F, on a little foiling boat with 3-person helming quite easily, and in top of the sail GP, so the F50. And she's just comfortable. I got some interview, I listened some interview from her, from our colleague on the other classes, when they ask how did you feel it? Hey, I'm used to go 40 knots, and so that's not so far. So it's even at least not wet as she is on the board with the kite, stay on top of an F50, so I feel comfortable.
Speaking to some of the America's Cup sailors, like Jimmy Spithill, the America's Cup skipper that she sails with in Sail GP, he does a lot of cross training of all kinds. He's a big into his boxing, but he's also into his wing foiling, and he really feels that helps him understand the behaviour of America's Cup boats, which are way bigger, obviously 75 feet long. And also with the 50-foot F50s that they use in Sail GP. So all this cross-training, understanding how boards and boats of different sizes behave on the foil, they all interrelate with each other.
Yes, exactly. This is why most of the kids or the really good rider coming from wind foiling or kite foiling, which is the most performance, if you take them and you put it in any kind of foiling boat, they know something, they listen something that the sensibility that you learn within your body, just staying with your feet or with your hand, feeling the fluid dynamic above your board or into your hand from the kite, is something which is really, I mean, there is nothing that is like this. So everything, as you said, crossover. When you learn, you bring it to the top. So obvious, Jimmy learning wing foiling, it helps out to feel better the sensation of the foiling, the pitching, rolling, and just to understand if you put too forward the foil or too much on the rear, everything it helps. And obvious is right.
Yeah,
you need to continue and be fully committed on that.
Right. Well, he loves a challenge, so I'm sure that's what he'll be doing. And Pete Burling and Blair Chuk from Team New Zealand are also into their different forms of foiling on small boards as well. Just to update you on the conditions, at one end of the course we're getting 8 or 9 knots of wind, but it's quite shifty. But the wind speed is coming in. Now we're just looking for the wind to settle down. The committee boat is on the move. It's going to reposition itself in a different part of the bay, and the hope is then that once they've done that, we'll find a stable enough race course to pick up the rest of this competition and to see out the conclusion of these 4-board finals between the girls and the boys, and we finally get to find out who are going to be our Youth World Championship winners on these amazing kite foiler Formula kites.
Yes, looking the direction of the race committee board and then looking by eyes from here, the wind is filled in, is more mistral, so it's more offshore. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to get out from the shore, But I guess that if the wind at least start to stay on the proper direction, then outside we might have a good wind, at least over 8 knots.
Well, that's the hope. So we're pushing as hard as we can to get this racing in, and we've got just over an hour in which to complete that before it's the cut-off time for racing. Let's just take a look at another video. The fly surfer kites are extremely popular in the fleet these days. We've got an interview about the VMG kites with one of the designers, and you'd be amazed to hear from Benny just how long it takes to design one of these kites.
So I'm with Benny Burley, and he is the designer for Fly Surfer kites, and he is the designer of the Fly Surfer VMG2 kite. So how long you worked on this Fly Surfer VMG2? How long were you working on this particular kite?
Basically, it's always a process. Usually it takes around 1 or 2 years, and if you have a successor, a pre-successor product, which was the VMG1, of course, then it's always easier because you have a base to work off from. But on the VMG2 it was a little bit different because the concept is completely new, and there was not really something I used from the VMG1. For sure for the first prototypes, but later on it was really different. But overall I worked around 2 years on the VMG2. So yeah.
And you also changed some things on the inside. Tell us about those.
Yeah, in order to reduce the amount of bridles, we had to make the canopy itself very stiff, and therefore we used some glass fiber rods, which are on every third rib in the kite. They are exchangeable if you break them, but they are actually really flexible, so you can really pack the kite however you like without breaking them. So I did not manage to break it. I break one on purpose to know how they break and when they break, but yeah. So,
and what do those changes that you made bring to the kite that you think gives it an edge over the other competitor kites?
Well, the upwind performance is really good because the low amount of additional drag you add to the canopy. And yeah, the overall feel of the kite, so it's really stiff. You can steer it really precise. You get a really precise power out of the kite, so that you can really push all the time for 100%. And yeah, the precise steering and the good upwind performance, for sure the best two things. Yeah.
Right, so some good news. It's going to be the end of the postponement in just over a minute's time, so that flag is going to come down, and the riders are just being alerted to the fact that they're going to need to get their kites out and up in the air again, and we're going to get into the next race of the boys final, the 4-board final, and we'll see if Max Mader and Riccardo Pianozzi can have better luck in the next race. We saw an extraordinary race earlier on where Cuban Huang, well, he admitted that he was lucky. I think maybe he also saw something different on the far side of the race course. So the Chinese rider won that race with Arthur Les in second, and giving himself an advantage, an extra match point. But it's still up to Max Mader just to win one race, and if he does that, then the Singaporean would win the world title. And Mirko, the riders, even though they knew there was a good chance of going out again, they've put their kites away. I wondered if they were packing up thinking they weren't going to go racing. But what's the reason for that?
No, most of the riders, all the top athletes, they don't want to keep their kite laid down under the sun, which is really hot over the sands now. And inside of the kite there is a kind of small buttons, really small, which they can overheat and then get it softer a little bit, which it doesn't help to keep a proper shape then in the air. So it's always better to keep the kite in the shade.
Yeah, so is there a reason to choose a particular color of kite? For example, a black kite is maybe going to dry off quicker in the sun, but maybe it's also going to overheat in the sun as well. So does it getting to the point where some people are selecting their kite color because of its properties in the sunshine?
Yes, they did it already. The top rider, they are thinking about any kind of opportunity, possibility, and particular things on their equipment. Like you can see on the beach, most of the hydrofoil as well, they just put cover on it. They don't want to their foil being overheated or stay in contact with the sand. Do not get these little, let's say, oils or something. And then about the kite, they the dark one, they will get it dry easily, but then are the one which they're stay without let's say less pressure into the air when there is a cold condition. So there is always a place in between, and this is why also we know that few of them, they have the same size but into different color as well, unless fly surfer, which they are all the same, so they take away this headache from the rider, from the riders.
They give us a commentary headache instead.
Yes, exactly, which we don't know who is who. At least thanks to the tracking system which we put in place this time, it helps quite a lot.
We've got the top three in the boys competition all using Fly Surfer. That's Max Mader, Riccardo Pianozzi and Cuban Huang. They're all using Fly Surfer, but it's interesting that in the girls fleet the Ozone is a little bit more popular, isn't it? And what do you think the reason for that might be?
It's 2 and 2. I guess Sofia and Eloise, they are in Fly Surfer, and the other one are Ozone.
Yes, so yeah, Maya Ashkenazi is using Ozone, and Nina Arcic is using Ozone
as well. So it's 50-50.
Yeah, yeah. So interesting that there are these technical differences to compare, and also just so people understand, obviously hitting a piece of seaweed at high speed, that's quite easy to understand the effect that can have on your hydrodynamics, but is it right that you shouldn't even touch the foils with your bare fingers because of the oils in our skin can end up wiping off on the foil, and that could end up with cavitation affecting our performance through the water?
Exactly, absolutely. This is why during the early morning you can see some of the rider taking the sandpaper with water just a little bit, just trying to keep their foil and their wing clean, the mast clean, and the only part of the hydrofoil which has been touched by the hand is just the fuselage on the bottom, but not touching on the front wing, on the rear wing at all, because the little oil that you have in your skin, it might create some ventilation bubble. If you have a small bubble that creates ventilation, that it will spread all around to the front edge. So they try to avoid that. This is why keep it clean is one of the most important things. Is example, one of the things that they struggling, all the guys that are working on a rescue boat, is when you are rescuing a kite foiler, you have to follow the procedure. The last things that you have to do is take the board from the foil, otherwise you can be killed by the rider.
It's so difficult for anyone to understand that who doesn't actually sail on a kite foiler, that just the oil in the skin of your fingers could make the difference between going fast or being unstable and crashing.
I mean, you can imagine that you have just a foil at this dimension with 85 kilo rider and 2 kilo board blasting close to 40 knots just with the balance of your feet. You can imagine how small things that can affect your performance. So this is one of the parts.
The other thing that's really interesting about the kite foiling world is that, for example, let's take Max Mader and Riccardo Pianozzi. Two of the best in the world at youth level, two of the best in the world at senior Olympic level. How is it that a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old can be absolutely world-class and take on the riders in their 20s?
Yeah, the reason is they really learn quite quickly. They have already some kind of, let's say, 3 years of experience, doing that. So they follow up from the beginning the development of the sport, so they really get into it. They know all the small mistake that they did on at the really the beginning of the sport. So they have their equipment settled perfectly, 100%, and they are young by age, but their experience is really high level. And you can imagine, at least Ricardo is foiling over than 3,000, 4,000 kilometers per year just training. So you can imagine how long they've been foiling for. So that's the difference. They are young, but they have a lot of experience on sailing.
Do you think as the sport gets older that the age of the athletes will also go up, and that maybe even though we see teenagers doing really well now, if Max Mader and Riccardo Pianozzi stay in the sport for 20 years, they could still be at the top level in their 30s?
Yes, maybe yes. I mean, we had an example in France in Hier during the last Olympic, Semaine Olympique in France, where Maxime Nocher, which is, I mean, still young, but is more close to 30 than 20. Yes, obvious, he won almost 10 world championship in the past, which it was not performing 100% like the younger, but due to the experience, he got the third, he got bronze. So again, it's like Fernando Alonso in the Formula One. You cannot give him a chance, because if you open the door, he can still win or make a good result.
So if you start young, then you could possibly still carry on until a late age. But if you start at a late age, you're probably never going to catch up, are you?
I think that you're right. It's really difficult. You need to be a really top level athlete from the beginning and have some previous experience, because what you build up in your body and your head from the early stage, from when you are teenagers, and bring it up, then you will be faster no matter what. So those guys are the next generation, and they are forefront now.
What about the Asian connection? Why do you think in other sports we don't see Asia doing so well beyond the youth level? They're very good in Optimus, for example, but not so good at senior level in the Olympic discipline. But now we see Asians doing very well at the top level of this sport.
This is quite interesting. I must say that on the Asian country there is a lot of kiteboarder, and on the other side there is also a lot of young sailor where they got quite a good know-how about sailing, but maybe they don't go through, they don't continue, they don't get the chance to switch in a different class. Where kiteboarding now, it starts to be some kind of a feeder community where all the young sailor they come with, and then Kibin is an example, but I'm sure that there will be more and more on the near future.
We're still waiting to get an update. We were hoping that we would have got to the end of the postponement by now, but things are still waiting to settle down, and we've still got another hour before we've got cut-off time. So we hope that we're still going to be able to bring you these races. Now the point of control between the rider and the kite is through their carbon fiber bar, and there's a particular brand, the Stan bars, that are becoming really popular in the fleet. So let's hear from the man himself. That's Stan.
Hi, I'm with Stan Kite, and he is the owner developer of SK Shapes, which develops control bars and line sets for the kite riders and others, of course. Just tell us, how long has SK Shapes been going? It's not that long now.
I'm doing this for quite a long time already. I do it for 5 years. I started that in 2016. I did my first bar for myself, and I met Theo on a spot one day, and then I started to develop and test with him together, and then so on. A lot of racers are interested in that product, and in the end I started doing this business. Yeah.
Over the 5 years that you've been doing this, obviously there have been a lot of changes. What are they, and how did they come about?
Yeah, the major changes were more like durability and easy, like more user-friendly. It's easy to replace things. It's more long-lasting. It's lighter. The performance is higher. Everything is smoother, and yeah, we work on small details, but in the end, the details are the things which matter compared to a commercial kite bar.
And just tell us what are a few of the key elements that make it different.
Actually, obviously, first of all, the light is the majority of the product. It's super light. It's like 3 to 4 times lighter than a commercial bar. Everything is customizable. The customer can customize everything on their personal preferences. I'm working together with the line manufacturer. I go to expos, to exhibitions, and look what's the latest product in lines and carbon fiber production and so on. I'm always ahead of everybody else, and because I'm doing everything by myself, I'm quite fast in developing and doing prototypes, and I'm close with all the top riders, and I think that's the big advantage of my brand.
And can you give us an example of the kind of things that they've come to you and asked you to develop or change over time then?
I think it's a major point is like the D-Power line which goes through the bar. There's always friction, and at my place where I live with lakes and grass, we don't have sand and no salt. It will last forever. But I have team riders, they spend a lot of times on the water at sandy beach where the sand and the salt is super aggressive, and they ride super powered in 30 knots with this equipment, and it didn't last that long. And so with them I could develop some really good product which lasts now really long, and that's also one of my philosophy of the brand, that I have products built to last.
Right, so we're hearing some good news that we could be getting into the next race for the boys' final in about 15 minutes. So that's when the start would actually be taking place. So they're getting the race committee are getting those marks in place very shortly. Going to get the course set up. We've got 7 to 8 knots of wind, and I see Riccardo Pianozzi getting his Fly Surfer 23 VMG 23 square meter out again, ready to get up in the air. He was one of the ones that had packed it away for the reasons that Mirko said earlier, to keep the kite protected from the sun, to keep those battens at the right level of stiffness. But he's going to get that kite in the air fairly soon, as is Maya Ashkenazi, who's just sitting off to the side of my commentary area too. We're just going to wait for a little bit because there's going to be a hooter. 2 minutes to hooter. Okay, that's Riccardo Pianozzi in the center of our shot right now, just sorting out his kite. So the action is beginning to warm up again, and it's still a beautiful 27-28 degrees air temperature, but what we care more about is the wind strength. So the 7 to 8 knots, if the breeze can just hang on or even kick in to a higher degree, that would be nice. And Mirko, I spoke to Gail Zuckerman earlier, and obviously it was a hard day for her and a difficult end to her regatta. She had a bit of a knee injury yesterday. She had some of the pink tape strapping on her knee to protect it today, but that was affected in that first crash that we saw downwind. So I think she's lost some strength and maybe some confidence in her knee to be able to withstand the pressures. But also she made a kite selection of 15 square meters when the others were on 19 square meters, so that helps explain the difference in performance that we saw upwind. She was fast, but she was not pointing high because she was having to generate the power with the smaller kite.
Yeah, for sure, we saw it. It was something different, and using the small kite was not helpful for her. It might be that there is some signal sounds going on pretty soon.
Yeah, there could be a loud hooter, so we'll see what happens. But it looks like the flags that we don't like are coming down. The dreaded red and white flag. That's Riccardo Pianozzi. That's the end of postponement as the kites go up in the air. Riccardo Pianozzi trying to fill the fly surfer kite, which crashes back down to the sand.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite a challenge to get out, like we said before, from the beach, because now the wind is more close to the Mistral direction, so it's straight offshore. We see how the bow of the race committee boat is pointing out almost toward to us, and so this is why they have to. If I would be a rider riding on the final, I would be the first getting into the water to make myself clearly out.
That looks like it's going to be Pianozzi. Pianozzi is going to win the race into the water, but then he's got the challenge of actually getting foiling and getting going. So he's got to maintain that kite in the sky
and not getting wet.
And it's just beginning to curl. So it's he's got a challenge to keep the kite going. Off to his right is Cuban Huang, also with a Fly Surfer VMG 23 square meters. So identical kites for second and third place in this competition so far.
I mean, amazing that there are only two kites. They are close each other, so they will disturb the airflow. Hopefully Riccardo, he can get a little gas to go away as soon as possible from that situation, which is...
If we could just lift up towards Riccardo beyond the Max Mader, if we could just raise our screen to that, we just see him get going. It's very challenging for the best in these conditions. Oh, there goes Cuban Huang and Riccardo Pianozzi at the same time, but no, it sinked down again for Cuban Huang. Pianozzi pumping his legs like crazy to get up and running, and now he's rewarded by foiling clearly above the water, and he'll probably want to keep that going all the way. He may not even want to drop off the foils. Cuban Huang, he'll come into picture fairly shortly.
That's also foiling out.
So the Italian and the Chinese rider up and running. And meanwhile, onshore, Artelez getting his red kite into the sky, and last to get his kite into the sky will be Max Mader, the yellow jersey wearer. Riccardo Pianozzi in good breeze out there, out near the committee boat. So as they get further out towards the race course, it looks like the breeze does get more solid. And Cuban Huang coming into the same breeze. And Pianozzi has done his first tack, so he's been brave enough to attempt the tack, and he's come through it. So he's just getting his body ready for the conditions. Very, very spectacular shake of the board there. I don't know if he had weed or if he was just checking for weed, but he's generating enough lift to be able to get his kite fully out of the water. His board fully out of the water, I should say. And now he's got his kite in the power zone, and he's testing his upwind speed. Pianozzi looking solid on the upwind. 9 minutes to the start. And Pianozzi will be taking great care and attention of where the strongest breeze is on this race course. He'll be checking out both sides of the course. We saw earlier that if you stay further out to sea, you stay on the left-hand side. That was the safer place to be. It was where the stronger wind was, and it was the difference between keeping your kite flying and keeping on the foil, or completely falling off the foil and your kite crashing to the water. So there was a huge difference between left and right. So we will come back to you. We'll just go to a short ad break. We'll be back to you soon.
DR5, built to win.
Right, so still foiling nicely out there on the water. 3 of our riders are out there practicing. Max Mader is still on shore. He's just about to get into the water and be the last of the 4 riders to get out onto the bay. Mirko, you had a bit of a sneeze going on there for a moment. Explain what's happening, because you're very tuned into the wind, aren't you?
Yes, exactly. So that means that the wind coming straight from offshore, so get some, how did you call it? When
some pollen?
Pollen. So I just start getting in my nose. So it's a good thing, because it means that there is wind behind. But then I feel not 100%.
So when Mirko needs his antihistamines, it's good news for the rest of us, because it means the wind is filling in.
And from offshore, from the Mistral side.
From the Mistral side. And that's Max Mader riding the wave of one of the media ribs out there. I think actually someone's doing a bit of water skiing off the back of it as well. But Max Mader cruising past at 20 knots or so, and the others are doing good 25 knots out on the race course. It's always hard to tell what the wind strength is, because they're always able to do 25 knots. Even in 5 or 6 knots of wind, they could do 25 knots.
Exactly. No, there is no way, unless you're not having an anemometer to have a look on the wind speed.
That's Max Mader and Riccardo Pianozzi in the shot there. Pianozzi just going out of shot. Max Mader looking relaxed, setting out to the committee boat and taking in his surroundings, getting an eye for where he believes the best wind is going to be on this crucial first windward leg of this 2-lap windward leeward race. The XS, the X is for the cross of the course that they do on the windward leeward, and then there's the little slalom at the end. That's the S in the XS. Max Mader going through attack. Can he keep it on the foil? Yes, he can. He doesn't even need to pump his legs for that, so that's a good sign. We've got more wind than we did for the last time these guys were out racing, a bit more than an hour ago, when we saw some extraordinary scenes where Max Mader and Riccardo Pianozzi just fell off the foil and let the 2 semi-final qualifiers just run away with the race. Cuban Huang winning that race, and Arthur Les coming second in that race. The Chinese and the French showing a clean pair of heels to the Singaporean and Italian riders that went straight through to the finals.
So 4 minutes, a little bit more than 4 minutes. It's going to be really important to have a look on the wind around the course. We have our tracking is on, and all the 4 finalists are with their tracker on. So we have Kyunwan, Juan Kibin, Arthur Lis, Maximilian Mader and Riccardo Pianozzi. Ready for the battle. It's gonna be interesting next one.
Well, we'll bring you more updates on that battle. We'll come back to you after a short ad break. Right, so still checking in with the wind conditions. There are 4 riders. We're on screen with Max Mader, who's dominated so much of this competition. But as he admitted earlier, all his hard work that he's done this week is hanging by a thread, partly because of the conditions and partly because of the format that we run here, which leaves the door open for the others to also go through. So Cuban Huang is in second place. Riccardo Pianozzi, they're effectively tied second because they both have 1 match point, and Arthur Les yet to win a race in the finals. He's going to need to win 3 straight, whereas Max Mader, if he wins this next race, he has sealed the world title for 2022. So you'd still want to be Max Mader, but as we've seen, anything can happen in these final races, both in the boys and the girls fleets. 2 minutes 30 to go. We'll go to a minute's ad break and then we'll come back to you in the final build-up. We've got 1 minute 30 just under to the start of the next race in the boys final. The U flag is flying, the red and white flag off the committee boat. That means that no one can afford to be over at the start, otherwise it's instant disqualification. So they have to be careful on the start, but they've also got to be close to the start to make sure that they are ready to launch and pull the trigger, something that Max Mader's proved particularly good at doing. The flag changes colour as we go into the final minute. That yellow flag with the black square in the middle shows that we are less than 1 minute to the start. These four finalists really getting to the business end, and they are making an unusual approach to the start. The wind has really shifted round very significantly, and we see them moving closer to the start line with 25 seconds to go. The red kite of Artur Les and the three identical Flymax kites of Max Mader wearing the yellow jersey, Riccardo Pianozzi wearing the blue, and Cuban Huang wearing the red. It's Huang on the left, Mader with the yellow. 3 seconds to go, 1 second, off they go.
Okay.
Really good start by Riccardo Pianozzi. Everyone is clear, no one was over. So from right to left, it's Pianozzi, Les, Maximilian Mader, and Cuban Huang. Whose start do you like the best, Mirko?
I'm really like the start of Riccardo, really clear, windward to everyone, and try to go for speed, and he can choose an angle and stay. He can stay quite clear over the other, so it's gonna be really important. The tacking. Okay, we just saw Riccardo tacking, and Max straight after him.
And the way the course has been shifted around with the change in wind direction, they're really coming in close towards the shore now for the windward mark. So very good viewing for anybody on the beach now. Max Mader on the right, Cuban Huang in the middle of that last picture, but in the front of our picture now, closest to the shore, is Riccardo Pianozzi. He was the first to tack on to port. So now we see the battle between the front two all week. On the left, Pianozzi from Italy just looking round. Max Mader above him on the right. It's extremely equal between the two best in this championship so far. Riccardo Pianozzi going into attack. Conditions looking much more solid than earlier. Max Mader also going into attack, but Artur Les, has he managed to get ahead from the left-hand side of the course? We saw the strength of the left earlier, and Artur Les
he's in the front.
He's in the front. So the red kite, Artur Les, this is critical for Artur because...
And Kibing is just behind Artur Les. So you can see it's just reverse it. So the outside of the course were just pay off for Artur Les and Kibing.
So just the same as we saw earlier, the left-hand side of the race course is the better place to be. And it's Artur Les being chased by Max Mader with Cuban Huang not far behind, and Riccardo Pianozzi some way back in 4th place. So after such a good start, it went quite badly wrong for Riccardo Pianozzi.
Yeah, which is really did an early jibe just straight after the mark.
Oh, crash! Crash for Arthur.
Crash.
So even
Bad.
that's the end of Arthur's challenge at the front of the fleet. Now it's a battle between the two Asians, Max Mader and Cuban Huang. We're just doing the replay. What happened to Arthur? Whoa!
Just ventilation.
Ventilation. We were speaking about that earlier in the break, and Cuban Huang, Max Mader having to do their best to avoid, and now the two Asians in absolute symmetry. It's as though they discussed that and they planned when they were going to do that together. It's Max Mader with a marginal advantage ahead of Cuban Huang.
I guess that Kibin is not giving his life quite easily. He's just straight behind, is looking on the tracking, is going faster than Max, but maybe it's just because he's playing to stay as close as possible.
Great tacks by both of them, so there's still not much to choose between them. To the right, it's Cuban Huang, and with a marginal advantage, it's Max Mader. Cuban Huang struggling to maintain his line to windward of Max. He seems to be falling into the Singaporean sailor. So this is the battle of the two Asians in the final, with Pianozzi some way back in 3rd, and Arthur Les still struggling to recover after that dramatic crash on the first run, as Arthur Les had been leading the race up until that point. And the two Asians with the fly surfer kites.
They are close to the ley line on the right side of the course.
There's Arthur Les. He's up and running again. That's his red kite, but he's playing catch up compared with the two leaders up the front.
So Max just rounded in front of Kibin.
So Kibin almost has the measure of Max Mader, but at the moment Max Mader is slightly further to leeward. He's in a good defending position. Mader going into a jibe. How much further will Cuban Huang carry on for? He doesn't jibe straight away. He's looking for something different. And now Huang jibes. And now Huang goes on the attack from the other side to see if he can get better breeze than Mader. Mader's looking fast.
He's looking fast, and he's looking really super focused to stay like that until the end. He was telling us just a few minutes ago during the interview, we disturbed him when he was continuing focusing on the competition. He said, look, there is nothing else I'm thinking about. Just try to close the deal on the first final.
Well, he's doing a good job of that right now, but we can't take anything for granted until they cross the finish line. Max Mader about to round the leeward mark. He goes round safely. Cuban Huang just coming down a little bit slowly. He's having to pump his way round, so this is handing even more of a lead to Max Mader, who is rapidly approaching the final turning mark, the jibe mark. If Max Mader can keep his nerve and get through this jibe safely and get across the finish line, then he is home and dry, and he's just moments away from crossing the finish line. And there it is, Maximilian Mader, world champion, youth world champion in the kite foiling. And that's what it means to him. The Singaporean sailor wins it for his home nation. He wins it for Asia. And Max Mader, he's led all week. He's been the deserving yellow jersey wearer throughout this competition. It looked like it was slipping away. He said it was hanging by a thread. Well, now he is hanging by a few threads from his 23 square meter fly surfer Kite, and he is bouncing with joy. And we can't see what expression is on his face because his face is completely covered, but I can bet you underneath that helmet, underneath those ski goggle visors and that face covering.
He's smiling, 100% he's smiling. He was so focused to get this, but we can say, he being one, what a great job he did on the final, because if I'm not wrong, he will be on silver. So he's a real an Asian. The first spot and the second is going to be an Asian podium, and I guess that Riccardo Pianosi with this third, he will drop to the third place.
Well, that would be disappointment for Italy. Look at Max Mader punching the air. We got less than 10 minutes to the start of the next girls' race, but less than 3 minutes, I should say, to the start of the next race. So we don't have long to let Max Mader celebrate before we're into the next start. So you can see now we're actually under 2 minutes. Max Mader almost back ashore, and well, in the end it was all over very quickly, and it was the battle of Asia, and we will confirm that to you a little bit later on, but it could well be that it's an Asian 1-2. Max Mader, definitely our new 2022 Youth World Champion in the Formula Kite, and Qubin Huang, quite possibly our silver medalist for China. And for Riccardo Pianosi, he's still on the podium, but it's going to be bronze for Italy. And Artur Les, he had that crash while leading around the first mark. He will end up in 4th. Still a very respectable result. We've got 1 minute to the start of the girls' race, so we will get on to the lineup for the start very soon. We've got Nina Arcic, we've got Maya Ashkenazi from Israel, Heloise Pegoria from France, and Sofia Tomasoni from Italy. Sofia, winner of the previous race in the finals, but it's still within the grasp of Maya Ashkenazi from Israel to win in the very next race. The yellow jersey wearer, Max Mader, she will have seen, has just done that, and now it's up to Ashkenazi to see if she can square away her advantage from the earlier part of the series. 20 seconds to go. Qubin Huang, we just hear, is confirmed as silver medal winner, but let's come back to the start of the girls. It's just 5 seconds to go, and let's watch out. We've got 2 purple ozone kites. That's on the right. The purple ozone is Maya Ashkenazi, but a really good start also by Sofia Tomasoni on the right of our screen. And then in the windward position, we've got Heloise Pegoria with the other fly surfer on the left of our picture, and in the middle Nina Arcic chasing Maya Ashkenazi. But I really like the position that Pegoria finds herself in at the moment. I think this is a great controlling position for the French sailor to be in at this stage, while the 2 purple ozones tack away, and now Pegoria tacks away as well. That leaves only Tomasoni going out the far side of the race course, but now Tomasoni tacks as well, so everyone is on to port tack, and I think Tomasoni is now in a strong position.
Yes, you're right, Andy. They are all on port. Now it's really important to make the next tack over the ley line on the right side, where we saw it before. The wind is more tricky, really important, which it cost the position to Riccardo Pianosi, which he totally missed the ley line on that side.
So Maya Ashkenazi is the only one of these that can win the championship from this race. The rest have to win this race, and then they have to win at least one more, depending on who we're talking about. But at the moment, it's within the grasp of Maya Ashkenazi to win this championship if she can win this race. But it's really close between her and Nina Arcic. And how is Tomasoni going to come through on the top mark as well? Tomasoni is in the lead.
She can be the first one rounding the mark.
So it looks like Tomasoni is going to lead for Italy, and then it's very close between Pegorier and Ashkenazi to go round together in second and third.
Oof.
Ashkenazi in second, and
no, Eloise. It seems to be Eloise. Oh no, it is Ashkenazi. Yes, yellow bib. And then Eloise goes for a jibe, and Ashkenazi as well. Really not. Just touching the board. I mean, this is it. It will play well for Sofia. Stay clear, no mistake, all the way downwind. She can keep really the deepest direction.
Tomasoni doesn't look very quick to me at the moment, but maybe nobody is at the moment. The conditions look a little bit unstable. Tomasoni going quickly again now. So maybe Tomasoni is safe. It looks like carrying on the way that she did has actually extended the Italians' lead. And it's Tomasoni soon getting to the jibe point for the bottom of the course.
For the second leg upwind. So now she's jibing now. Keep pumping.
Tomasoni safely through the jibe, and she is going to be leading at the bottom of the course, and she's actually pulled distance on the others, so that's been a very good downwind leg for Tomasoni, who gets her kite down near the surface again and launched on the second and final upwind leg, followed by Nina Arcic and Maya Ashkenazi back in third. So Ashkenazi, her opportunity to square away this world title is slipping away from her. She's got some catching up to do. And Tomasoni going through the tack, and she's on what I think has been generally the favoured side of the race course. The left-hand side of the race course seems to be the safer side to go. And then Nina Arcic on the far side of the race course. She's really hit the right-hand side. So Nina Arcic really trying her luck on the far side of the race course. But Tomasoni looking strong, but maybe falling into the line of Arcic. It could even be that Arcic on the right-hand side, as her kite briefly touches the water, is actually finding good breeze on the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, she will tack earlier than Sofia. Let's see if she can get to the right line up to the mark. So now Nina, she's tacking now. Let's see Sofia.
Sofia is now tacked as well. I'm having to pump the board just to get back up to full speed again. Really, really close between the front two. And Tomasoni narrowly hanging on to her lead ahead of Nina Arcic, but we know how fast Arcic can be on the downwind legs, so Tomasoni has a lot of work to do to defend her lead from the Polish rider Arcic. To an early jibe, looking to go on the attack, which I think is a smart move by Arcic. Tomasoni, what's she going to do? She's going to respond by jibing soon afterwards. But this side of the run worked pretty well for Tomasoni previous time down the race course. Arcic, though, she looks like she's got good breeze where she is. I wonder if she's got a little bit more breeze and depth. Could this be what she needs to get on the attack with Tomasoni? Arcic really needs to get a race win on the board, but Tomasoni still defending. And time is running out for Arcic to be able to overtake Tomasoni. Can Tomasoni keep her nerve as they are about to go into their final jibe before the bottom mark? And then it's going to be the slingshot around the slalom end of the course.
Oof.
How's it going? It's really, really close. Lay judgment is going to be absolutely critical. And look at Nina Arcic on the attack as Tomasoni looks to get up to speed again.
Yeah, she's pumping to get, because
they both jibed too soon.
She need to go deeper and deeper, you know. That is really bad, because when you got this such a angle, The tip! I can't believe it.
Nina
Sofia.
Arcic round the outside, and still that fly surfer hasn't set properly.
Okay.
It's only just set now, but that has given the advantage
to Nina.
So the purple ozone now in the lead, and just got to get round this jibe mark, but it's really close between these two. Will Arcic be able to keep her nerve? And she has. And so what an overtaking maneuver by Nina Arcic.
And this move by Nina, it play better for Maya Ashkenazi, because it's better to give a bullet to Nina instead of Tommasoni.
That's true, that's true. So Tommasoni so nearly got to match point there. But what an incredible comeback from Nina Arcic to overtake. I think she judged that ley line so well, it put Tommasoni under pressure to have to jibe earlier than she wanted to. And in the battle of pumping their boards down to the leeward gate, it just wasn't quite good enough for Tommasoni, and Arcic managed to maintain a momentum. And Mirko, I noticed that Tommasoni really struggled to fill the edge of her fly surfer Kite. She was lacking the power.
Yeah, I mean, just happened when you are going too deep, and then she was just pumping to keep enough speed to have the pressure on their kite to avoid that the tip will fall. But at the end, just at the end, she loses just enough pressure to have the folding tips, and then you know that it take a little bit a while to get back in position the tips, otherwise you will not get speed and no control. And Nina just got an advantage for that. I mean, really great battle between all of two. Amazing girl.
Looking really strong. And Tommasoni, she will be kicking herself that she didn't manage to see that race win out, but she sailed so well. But Nina Arcic sailed a little bit better. So that there are no protests emerging from that, so it was a clean race. But as Mirko just pointed out, that played into the hands of Maya Ashkenazi, who is still the only rider on match point, whereas the other three are all square. Nina Arcic just winning that race ahead of Tommasoni, along with Heloise Pegorier, who hasn't yet won a race today, but carries through one race win for qualifying second into the final. So Pegorier needs to get the mojo back that she had so well yesterday. She won 2 races, got a second and a third. She was the highest performer yesterday, but the French rider yet to hit that kind of form today, and Maya Ashkenazi not quite firing on all cylinders either. And at the moment the momentum is very much with the 2 semi-final qualifiers. That's Nina Arcic and Sofia Tommasoni. Just less than 2 minutes to start. We'll just do a quick ad break, we'll be straight back to you. One minute 30 just under until the next race start, and Maya Ashkenazi, she needs to see if she can be third time lucky, and she's still the only rider on match point. She's the yellow jersey wearer. She's got one hand on the gold medal. She's seen Max Mader do it earlier in the men's division. Max slipped in his first race, but when they went out after the long break because of the wind delay, no mistakes by Max Mader on the next opportunity to win that yellow jersey, and Cuban Huang lifting himself to silver medal position. So 1-2 for Asia in the boys final. As for the girls, 30 seconds to go, and it's that critical lineup moment. We've got the 2 purple ozones on the right of picture. We've got the 2 yellowy green fly surfers on the right of picture. And we got another fly surfer out there that's confusing the image somewhat, but that we've only got 4 riders in this final, and Maya Ashkenazi with the purple ozone, she needs to win this race to make her life easy. But we're coming into the final few seconds, and they're off, and it's a clear start, and it's Nina Arcic, the purple kite closest to us, and it's Maya Ashkenazi going for an early tack. So already Ashkenazi deciding that she wants to come out to the right hand side, and just trying to work out which of the others we've got going out. We've got Arcic coming out this side, and we've got Tomasoni coming out this side. So we're looking at Tomasoni here, and on the far side Pegorier going out to the right hand side with Ashkenazi. So we've got one purple, one greeny yellow either side of the race course. Simultaneous tacks for Tomasoni and Arcic on the left hand side of the course. Everybody is on port tack, but the boats or the boards on the shore side will be tacking fairly soon, and then it's the moment of truth. Which is the side that's going to pay? What do you think, Mirko? What's your feeling?
So far, the outside part of the course is the one which has better wind. So I guess that Arcis and Tomasoni looks really good to me.
So Arcic and Tomasoni, they can't win the competition, they can't win the championship from here, but they're putting themselves in a very good position to win, to get another race win on the board.
They are both tacking now on the ley line. It seems that Sofia still leading just straight front forward to Nina Arcis.
So Tomasoni from Italy, narrow lead over Arcic. We saw an incredible battle between these two just now. Very similar situation. Tomasoni leading around the windmill mark ahead of Arcic, but we did see Arcic managed to overtake in that incredible maneuver at the bottom of the course. So that will give Arcic great confidence that she can do it again. And it's Nina Arcic that goes on the attack, but Tomasoni responds immediately. So it's a simultaneous jibe between Italy, who's leading, and Poland on the attack on the right hand side of your picture, and a bit of a gap back to Ashkenazi and Pegorier, who are struggling to come back from hitting the right hand side of the race course.
Yes, that's just amazing for Maya Ashkenazi, having her again on third position, and look at the two coming from the semi-final like Nina Arcis and Sofia Tomasoni. Must be really disappointed there.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder if these semi-finals do help you get your head into the game and get used to the conditions. Arcic going into the jibe, Tomasoni now going into the jibe, but she...
No.
Bit of a brief touchdown there.
Yeah, for Nina.
Oh, and another touchdown there for Tomasoni. The nerves maybe are coming into play here, but it's Tomasoni just 2 seconds in front of Nina Arcic. Arcic putting on the pressure and now going into an early tack, but surely knowing that she's tacking away to the less favourable side of the racecourse. Tomasoni has tacked to cover. Is this the opportunity that Ashkenazi and Pegorier need to find something out on the far side of the racecourse? Ashkenazi actually a long way back.
Yeah, but the problem is just also Ashkenazi, what she did is an early tack and coming all the way on the right side of the course as well.
Why would she do that? I don't understand the thinking behind that, because she's now being covered by the two front runners, so that's not giving Ashkenazi much opportunity to attack. At least Pegorier on the far side has some opportunity of separation, but it does look like this battle still is between these front two, with Tomasoni stretching away a little bit more of an advantage on Nina Arcic, but we know how quick Arcic is downwind and in close situations. Look at Arcic closing the gap. She's got this high mode when she needs it.
Yeah, exactly. I was just saying that is pushing a lot on the board, so a lot of pressure on the foil, and you can see the kite straight low as much as possible to get this high mode.
Like pumping the board out of the tack, before they can get into their heeled over position with the board canted right over to windward. So Tomasoni hanging on by her fingernails, but I feel like Nina Arcic is gaining in confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. You can imagine now, last downwind leg. It's going to be really important for both of them because they will score the second bullet. It means the second match point.
That's right. That's right. And Ashkenazi is going to have to start level pegging with one of these two. Whoever of these two wins this race, they're going to put themselves onto match point. So Nina Arcic, she's overtaken Tomasoni in similar situations in the previous race. Arcic first into the jibe, Tomasoni not having any of that. She's doing the jibe at the same time. She's not allowing any separation to develop. And this is third and fourth towards the back of the race course. We're back with the leaders now. Tomasoni and Arcic. Can Arcic
find almost the same position as before? Nina, she's tried to cover her, to force her in an early jibe, and maybe she will. It's gonna be difficult because for sure Nina, she can go for a attack on the perfect side or the perfect direction, but then will not allow to Sofia to wait. So she has to go for an early jibe as well, and she might need to pump it up her board to keep the speed. Really big problem. Not a great position, comfortable position for Sofia.
Well, let's see. Judging this ley line is absolutely critical.
Do you see?
So
exactly what I was telling you, that things going a little bit deeper for Nina.
Can you believe it? She's done it again.
Yeah.
She's done it again. You predicted it, Mirko.
Yeah, that was the problem, because when you are on that position on the center, or you are covering and you go really deeper than the one leeward to you, or otherwise the risk is to end up on a slow down mode to get the rounding mark. And
just amazing, isn't it? I mean, Nina Arcic, she's got another gear downwind, and that's giving her these tactical advantages on Sofia Tomasoni. And Nina Arcic, all the momentum is with her. I've hardly written about her this week, hardly spoken about her. She's always been there in the shadows, in the background, but she is really coming on strong when it matters the most. And that puts Nina Arcic level pegging for the lead with Maya Ashkenazi, and with the confidence booster that she has come from behind in the last two races and won both of them. So all the momentum is riding with this Polish rider right now, and Sofia Tomasoni and Maya Ashkenazi must be wondering what they need to do to get past this Polish rider.
Exactly, and then we can say that Nina, from all over the Polish squad, together with Julia and Magdalena, she's been always a little bit, like you said, she's the third. Now she's showing that she has a quite really good skill and she's fully focused. Maybe during the week in Torregrande she just raised her level.
And we're seeing a perfect example play out of this medal series format, because I don't think that Maya Ashkenazi, as the yellow jersey wearer, can argue about who was the better rider so far today. Yeah. Now Ashkenazi, if she gets her act together, she can still win this gold medal. But she's really got to up her game, and if she doesn't do it in this match, and let's say Arcic does win the next match, I don't think any of the other three girls can argue about who was the deserved winner of this world title. It's a really interesting scenario that's setting up here.
Yeah, because Nina now, she has the same match point as Maya, so who is gonna win the next one is gonna be over.
3 minutes to the next start, so we don't have long to find out.
Not a lot of time for rest for them. I mean, for us it's fine, but for them, you can imagine.
Well, we can rest because we're going to go to a minute ad break.
Okay, great, Andy.
So we've got 1 minute 45 until the start of the next race, and there are now 2 riders that can win in the next race. It's now Nina Arcic. The momentum is all with the Polish rider, Poland 111, and Maya Ashkenazi. Well, the momentum is not with her, but the scoreboard still says that the yellow jersey wearer from Israel can still win. It's now up to Sofia Tomasoni and Eloise Pigorier to see if they can win an additional race. But with just over 1 minute to the start, I should also say, Mirko, that we are 5 minutes to 5 local time, and the cut-off for the last possible start is at 5 o'clock.
Exactly.
So I'm sort of hoping, I know we shouldn't be biased or anything, but I'm hoping that one of our top 2 riders wins this next race, and we actually see this championship decided on the water.
Yeah, anyway, it's going to be decided in the water in any case, because depending on the result. But as is the rule, play after 5 o'clock, we are not allowed to do any warning signal. So it's gonna be counted all the results done so far. So almost 20 seconds for the start. They are jumping to look on their foil and ready to go.
Okay, so that's Maya Ashkenazi in the middle of the screen, still pumping her board to try and keep it. They've got 12 seconds to go. And just about to get launched. 4 seconds. 2 seconds, and they're off. So clear start, and we've got Ashkenazi and Nina Arcic both with the purple ozones. Those are the 2 purple ozones are the 2 riders that can win the world title if they win this race. And it's a good start by Maya Ashkenazi, and also very good by Nina Arcic, but we can't see that. It's a little bit misleading that the 2 purple ozones are going pretty well, as you can see from that image there. And at the moment, I think I would probably like to be Ashkenazi on the left of screen, but Nina Arcic at the top right of screen also doing very well. And in the middle, we've got the 2 fly surfers that are struggling at the moment. That's Heloise Pigorier and Sofia Tomasoni. Ashkenazi we are looking at, she's tacked onto port, and behind her is, I think, Tomasoni just tacking onto port. But Ashkenazi looks like she's finally found a bit of form on the first beat of this race.
Maybe she just wake up and said, hey, I have to do something. Because the time is over.
And for us, those 2 purple ozones are the kites that we're watching with most interest. But I wonder if the fly surfers on this side of the course are actually finding a slightly higher angle. And this has so often been the case on this race course today. The left-hand side of the race course has been the place to be. The ozones, the 2 purple ozone kites in simultaneous tacks. Now, who's going to come out ahead here? This is very even between these 4 right now. There are, I think, all 4 riders are still in with the fight.
Pretty bad tacking for the
Ashkenazi. Bad tack for Ashkenazi. That means that one of the fly surfers.
I think she's Heloise. So I don't see, because it's a blue bib.
So it could be Heloise Pigorier, and we haven't had much to say about the French rider up until now. This is the first time that she's led round a mark, but Maya Ashkenazi in second, with Nina Arcic in third, and Sofia Tomasoni at the back of the race course. Now it's the leader Pigorier that is first to jibe, followed by
pretty bad jibe, I must say.
Bad jibe, okay. Well, let's see how it shapes up. Very tight between all 4 riders right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long course, because they have all the way downwind and then another upwind and another all the way downwind in the slalom part. So Eloise, which we have to remember yesterday, she did a great job all the way going through the last race and the semi-final as well. I mean,
so it's Heloise on the left of screen with the fly surfer. That's who we're looking at there.
Yeah.
And she'll be coming up to the jibe point fairly soon, but Ashkenazi will be on the attack from the far side of the racecourse. So Heloise Pigorier, she's about to jibe. Nina Arcic at the bottom of the screen already jibing. And now the moment of truth for Maya Ashkenazi. Has she got close enough to be able to attack? Ashkenazi going for a jibe. If she can make it from here, this could be...
It could be just...
Could be a gain.
Could be, yeah. Ashkenazi, she has to round first. Okay, she make it. It was
great judgment.
Risky.
Great judgment by the yellow jersey wearer. So this is still really tight battle between all four riders as Arcic is the first attack away, and there's a bit of a touchdown behind her for I'm not sure who. I think
Sophia
Tomasoni. And meanwhile Ashkenazi coming out to this side of the course, and Ashkenazi is clear to tack now that Pigorier has tacked. So what's Ashkenazi?
Strange tactics played by Maya Ashkenazi. She need really to commit on that side of the course now, because she allowed a lot of separation.
We're only talking about 5 or 10 seconds of difference in decision making, but it's big, isn't it?
It's 100 and whatever meter, almost 200.
So that generally, I would say, the side that we're looking at Maya Ashkenazi on has generally been the stronger side of the race course today. But as Mirko points out, she has allowed lateral separation to creep in, and a bit of a touchdown there for Maya Ashkenazi as well. And Pigorier is looking fast in the front of our picture now. And has Ashkenazi been a little bit loose with her tactics? Maybe, as Mirko said, she should have covered. And Maya Ashkenazi potentially goes from first to last.
Yeah, amazing. I told you, she would never do that. I mean, all of the other, they go on the other side, just cover it. And then now Nina, she's leading.
So Nina Arcic, if it's not one purple ozone leading the race, it's another purple ozone, but it's the Polish rider Nina Arcic who now moves into the lead. Now if Nina can hold on for the race win, and we know how strong she is on the final run to the finish, then Nina Arcic could well win the world title for Poland.
That's amazing, I can tell you. Now Nina, she has to stay focused and having Heloise and Sofia back in the game. On the right position, close to rounding the mark.
And so Arcic is first around the final windward mark of this World Championship, and she's early into a jibe as well. Very brave move by Arcic. Now, has there been a change in the breeze? Maybe it was because she sensed how strong the wind was on that side of the race course on the beat, and she saw how bad it was on the other side of the course for Maya Ashkenazi. So great thinking by Nina Arcic, if that's the way that she is thinking. Going for that early jibe is pretty unusual for a race leader, but really good, clear decision making by the Polish rider right now.
She's committed to the same part of the course where she did the upwind parts, because she feels comfortable that there is enough wind to keep the speed and the pressure in his kite. That's the way how the decision process went to her head, I guess. Really bad by Maya, just took this decision going all the way out when the wind turned to offshore. Was not clever.
No, well, she maybe should have tacked and covered earlier, but even if she had, I wondered if it would have been enough. It just, this race course changed so quickly in the other direction, and Nina Arcic read the change in conditions better than anybody else, and this is Nina Arcic leading down towards the bottom mark for the final time. She's got that jibe.
What it means, huh? You know what it means if Nina gonna win.
I know what it means. I know what it means. I wonder if she knows what it means. She can't afford to be thinking about anything other than what it takes to get round this jibe mark. She's got to keep things together. She can't be thinking about making her winner's speech quite yet, because she's got to do that jibe around the slalom mark, and which she has successfully achieved, and now she just needs to get across the finish line without a crash, and she's moments away from achieving that, and the world title goes to Poland. Nina Arcic becomes the 2022 Youth World Championship.
So
the supreme
Arcic is amazing. Poland 1-1-1. That's the score that she had. 1-1-1. You can imagine that. The big
just
number. Jersey
amazing.
number.
Amazing. And we have seen this this finals format play out in the best way possible, because no one can argue with the fact that Nina Arcic was the form rider today. She was by far and away the best and most consistent rider, and when the stress and the pressure came on, the Polish rider, Poland 111, rose to the occasion. Congratulations, Nina Arcic.
Yeah, congratulations. She played really well. No mistake at all. What a bad luck for Maya.
And Maya Ashkenazi, the yellow jersey wearer, well, she saw the gold medal slip from her grasp today. And that world title, it was won by Poland on the previous occasion by Julia Damasiewicz. Julia didn't make it through to the final today. Nina Arcic has ridden all the way through from being a semi-final qualifier to winning race after race in the final, and now she is the world champion. So Mirko is going to run to the beach and start getting some interviews with the riders. We have our new world champions. Earlier in the afternoon, it was Max Mader of Singapore. His world title, he said, was hanging by a thread in these difficult conditions, but he saw it out. Unfortunately for Maya Ashkenazi, who we're looking at now, the yellow jersey wearer from Israel, she just didn't have a good day today. She didn't look comfortable in the lighter conditions that we had. And Nina Arcic, so fast downwind with the purple ozone kite, just so fast, and great overtaking ability on those two close battles with Sofia Tomasoni, and then reading the changing conditions in that decisive race at the end, tacking off into the shore, seeing that there was better breeze on that sideway, while Maya Ashkenazi stuck with the going further out to sea. So that is how things stand. Nina Arcic, she wins the gold medal. Maya Ashkenazi drops to silver medal, and Heloise Pégorier from France drops from silver to bronze. But still a great performance for her. And Sofia Tomasoni, so close, but in the end, no place on the podium for the Italian rider, who just half an hour ago was looking like a serious contender for the world title. So much drama in so few minutes. As Maya Ashkenazi, you can see from the body language, far from satisfied with the way that her regatta has worked out. She is heartbroken that she couldn't see out the competition, and well, hopefully at some point in the future, maybe not today, she might actually come to see the silver medal as still a pretty worthy outcome from a difficult week. But having won that yellow jersey yesterday, you can understand that she's, or 2 days ago it was, you can understand her upset today, because she really didn't show the best of herself today.
DR5, built to win.
So while we're waiting, let's just have a look at the men's results and remind ourselves of what happened with the boys in their final. So not quite the same level of drama as we've just seen, but it was still pretty exciting because we saw Max Mader make a bit of a mess of the first match, but he did square it away with Cuban Huang rising to silver medal position, making it an Asian 1-2, and Riccardo Pianozzi getting bronze medal on home waters in Italy. Arthur Les from France, he finishes in 4th. And now the celebrations begin for Nina Arcic as she comes ashore, and hopefully we Mirko, handing over to you.
To look on that tower. We have to look on that tower. You are the new girl world champion, the new world champion. What is your feeling now?
I'm too excited to say anything. Like, I can't breathe right now, so I don't know. Thank you to my coach and to everyone. Like, thank you so much.
Great job. Great job. She's amazing. A lot of. Which kind of sensation you have now? You are the world champion.
Yeah. I'm too excited. Like, I didn't expect it at all.
You know what we said on the live? You have the 1-1-1. There are the 3 bullets that you scored. Great. So we leave Nina Arcic, a new former girl world champion. Amazing. Great job for the Polish.
Thank
Andy.
Okay, so we didn't get much sense out of Nina Arcic, which is fair enough. She's so overwhelmed with emotion she can scarcely believe what she's achieved, and yet she had nerves of steel in the race, and she kept it all bottled up until the moment that she hit the beach, and the moment that Mirko put a microphone in her way, all the stress and the pressure came flooding out through those tears of joy. So
Oui, je sais. We are here with Héloïse Pégueret, which she did an amazing races yesterday. Today, some mistake today. So have a look at the tower where you have your camera live for the entire world. I mean, at least some result, but not as expected.
Yeah, yesterday I was really happy. I didn't expect that yesterday, and today I wanted to fight with all the girls, and I saw that I was just behind the old girls, and it just hurts that I'm not sorry, I can't do it.
Amazing, a lot of emotion. So what we can say, Héloïse, anyway, you are getting the spot into the final, and I guess into the podium as well. So you must be proud by yourself.
I'm not sure for the podium.
You will see. Congratulations.
Thank you.
okay. So more tears. We've seen a lot of tears just now, and I hope it's going to be different by the time we get to the prize giving in a few minutes from now. But it feels like only one of those female riders is actually happy with where they finished today, because Nina Arcic, we saw tears of joy. She's just beside herself with what she's just achieved and how she's overachieved. And the other two girls on the podium, they're really not happy with how they performed today, because Héloïse Pégueret, she had a standout day yesterday. She amazed herself with her own performance yesterday, but maybe she just peaked a day too soon, and maybe Maya Ashkenazi peaked 2 days too soon, because she had a phenomenal day 48 hours ago, and that's just the cruel nature of sport. Some days you're on and some days you're off, and part of that is condition driven. The wind was lighter than we've seen on previous days, and maybe that played to the hand of Nina Arcic, who just seems to have a little bit more power downwind. So it just played into her hands, but also Mirko, she showed great strength, great mental strength today, I thought, Nina Arcic.
You know, when I interviewed her on the beach, she was so full of emotion, where she just was so committed to do so. She didn't think anything about a lot of adrenaline on her. I guess that she just realizing now what she did. Amazing job. Just stay really focused on front, no mistake. I mean, she was really, really committed to do so.
Well, I hope you've really enjoyed the coverage today. I think that format that the IKA and the kiteboarding world has pioneered here, I think that's been proven as a great success. It brings so much drama, and the difficulty with these formats is the more jeopardy you bring into the last day, maybe it brings in less deserving winners, but I don't think that's true. You know, Nina Arcic absolutely deserved that win. So we saw a come from behind win by Nina Arcic, and we saw Max Mader defend his yellow jersey today. So we've seen two different types of ways of winning a world title here at the Youth Kite Foiling Worlds. Just to remind you again of who won what. In the men's, it was Max Mader winning the gold medal for Singapore. It was Cuban Huang from China winning the silver, and then it was Riccardo Pianozzi falling to bronze for Italy. So an Asian won too. Think about that. That doesn't happen very often in the sailing world. And then in the women, Mirko, we had Nina Arcic come through from behind and win 3 critical races today, both in the semi-finals and also in the finals. So Poland wins the girls' world title. Maya Ashkenazi for Israel falls to silver, and then the bronze medal goes to Heloise Pegorier from France. Mirko, how do you think Torregrande has shown itself here, and the Aolo Beach Club?
I mean, just to close everything, was an amazing week. Wind every single day, full program every day, a lot of races. What a great job for the water crew, what a great job for all the volunteers and everyone involved in the organization. And Torregrande again delivered such a great events. We will look forward for the next one.
We do. We've got a lot more of these to go. We've also got a prize giving to get into, which is going to take place on the beach very soon. I'm new to this sport. I'm loving it more and more every time I see more of these amazing young kite foilers do what they do. They are some of the greatest athletes on water anywhere in the world. From me, Andy Rice, and from Mirko Bobini and all of the production crew here, thanks very much for watching. We've enjoyed having you, and we will see you at the next events this season, 2022. For us from Torregrande, it's goodbye.